actually think, with all due respect to Mike Myers, I got nothing against him. I actually think he hurt us. I'm increasingly convinced that one of the bad things that happened to us in the last few months is that our amorphous anxiety that was sort of causing us to think of weird things to do, how to respond to this, because we didn't know where to put it. He gave us a slogan and merchandise. And all of a sudden, instead of...
Slacktivism.
Yeah. And instead of waking up every day going, holy shit, the barbarians are coming, what are we going to do about it? Well, we know what we're going to do about it. Elbows up.
Elbows up. And this is why all of the conservatives who are hitting you and me up, claiming that they're running a perfect campaign, which, by the way, oh my God, can we begin to describe the delusion of that? You're running a perfect you've blown a 25-point lead, but you're running a perfect campaign, are you? Okay. Well, it would be perfect, except the media.
The interesting one is Guilbeault. Guilbeault has not been yeeted. That's a choice.
I think these guys are afraid to lose the 6 to 7% of the country who's like, I mean, I don't mean to use a liberal term, but maple MAGA. And the point that I would just make is, A, fuck them. There's not enough of them. Secondly, they're quislings. Thirdly, they're dumb. So you want, like, they're an absolute anchor. Yeah, exactly. So like, look, these people aren't poor. They don't have to suffer the actual material consequences of tariffs. It's not going to hurt them. They're going to get richer on it. And they're never going to they and their kids are never going to be sent off to war. They're never going to have to suffer consequences. So therefore, when consequences, even in the abstract, become apparent, it's like they're shocked. I mean, the thing that still gets me is like, okay, so I'll make this straight. You're a president who's threatening to turn us into the 51st state, threatening our sovereignty, and planning to go to economic war for us, but you lost your minds because we booed you at a hockey game? How dare they? What's wrong with you people?
I don't know
How
if you
dumb
saw.
are you?
We should all enjoy this moment of relative sanity on this issue, because I have no doubt whatsoever we are going to rapidly overcorrect right through it, and we'll be burning witches at the stake or some bullshit in a year or so. But for now, sure, let's enjoy the pendulum being at the equilibrium point.
On that note, www.readtheline.ca, and enjoy with us this perfect moment where the pendulum was at an equilibrium point.
Well, it's almost over.
Thank God.
I have hated this election. This election has sucked.
Normally elections are very energizing, particularly if you're a politics reporter. Like, this is the shit, this is the big show, this is the conclave, this is when we decide what color smoke goes up through the chimney.
Yeah.
But this was not as fun. I'm more engaged in the conclave politics at this point than I think I am in the Canadian election politics, which is a really bad thing for me because I neither speak Italian nor am in Rome. Would like to be, but I'm not.
Jen, how you doing?
Well,
you look better.
I'm better. I am better. Although I always feel like my hair is weird when I do these things. So just off the bat, just a little housekeeping. One, after last week's podcast, I did take an edible and I chilled out. I just stared at a wall for a couple hours and I ate so many spicy cheesies that my stomach hurt. So it was, honestly, I feel a lot better now. I feel much better. I perfectly understand that as a person who's in public life, 90%, not 100%, but 90% of the criticisms I deal with are coming from people who have not read a single thing that I've written front to back, and oftentimes are coming from people who have a perception of what my view ought to be based on what their understanding or belief of my tribal affiliation is. That's not 100%. About 10% of it is good, but 90% of it is that. So that's fine. You're going to assume that I'm a mainstream media hack because I've worked in the media for a really long time, and therefore I have this opinion about the state of the media, and I'm therefore completely unwilling to criticize my colleagues. Please call up my colleagues and let them know. Like, that would be great. I'd really like to be invited to the parties again.
it's this incredibly bizarre thing where you've got Carney, who's a pretty serious, God, now I'm going to say it. Now it's going to get clipped against me, but like technocrat daddy, as you said.
Sorry, it
Not
fits.
I know. Fuck.
I know it sounds a little kinky, but it does fit. Look, no one's coming to Jen Gerson for appropriate commentary, all right? No one's coming to me for technocrat mommy commentary.
Okay. See now the
Now we're
clips are just
going
flying.
I did say that I was fine.
I'm going to make a comment, and I don't mean to sound mean when I say this, but if you want to understand politics, you have to have children. Because once you know what it takes to disarm a toddler tantrum, you will actually better understand what it must be like to be a political staffer trying to manage a leader in a campaign that's going sour.
So
you need snacks, your headphones, an iPad, and 10 minutes in a quiet corner.
I still think he's a hard guy to get excited about. If that makes sense. Like, he seems like as I said, he appeals to the deep heart of Canada that really just wants to be taken care of by a technocratic daddy. But it's really hard to get like super pumped for technocratic daddy, you know? But I don't know. Is that wrong?
That's gonna get clipped and used against you.
It won't be the first or the last thing.
Yeah, the tone you put on that was a little much. Technocratic daddy is going to be an OnlyFans account by an hour this is published. Like and subscribe.
Like and subscribe. To use a hockey metaphor, a sports ball metaphor.
Yeah, you sports balled good.
I sports balled good there. I gone done sports ball good.
actually think, with all due respect to Mike Myers, I got nothing against him. I actually think he hurt us. I'm increasingly convinced that one of the bad things that happened to us in the last few months is that our amorphous anxiety that was sort of causing us to think of weird things to do, how to respond to this, because we didn't know where to put it. He gave us a slogan and merchandise. And all of a sudden, instead of
Slacktivism.
yeah, and instead of waking up every day going, holy shit, the barbarians are coming, what are we going to do about it? Well, we know what we're going to do about it. Elbows up.
Elbows up. And this is why all of the conservatives who are hitting you and me up, claiming that they're running a perfect campaign, which, by the way, oh my God, can we begin to describe the delusion of that? You're running a perfect campaign. You've blown a 25-point lead, but you're running a perfect campaign, are you? Okay. Well, it would be perfect, except the media.
The interesting one is Guilbeault. Guilbeault has not been yeeted. That's a choice.
I think these guys are afraid to lose the 6 to 7% of the country who's like, I mean, I don't mean to use a liberal term, but maple MAGA. And the point that I would just make is, A, fuck them. There's not enough of them. Secondly, they're quislings. Thirdly, they're dumb. So you want, like, they're an absolute anchor. Yeah, exactly. So like, look, these people aren't poor. They don't have to suffer the actual material consequences of tariffs. It's not going to hurt them. They're going to get richer on it. And they're never going to have, they and their kids are never going to be sent off to war. They're never going to have to suffer consequences. So therefore, when consequences, even in the abstract, become apparent, it's like they're shocked. I mean, the thing that still gets me is like, okay, so I'll make this straight. You're a president who's threatening to turn us into the 51st state, threatening our sovereignty, and planning to go to economic war for us, but you lost your minds because we booed you at a hockey game? How dare they? What's wrong with you people?
I don't know
How
if
dumb
you saw.
are you?
We should all enjoy this moment of relative sanity on this issue, because I have no doubt whatsoever we are going to rapidly overcorrect right through it, and we'll be burning witches at the stake or some bullshit in a year or so. But for now, sure, let's enjoy the pendulum being at the equilibrium point.
On that note, www.readtheline.ca, and enjoy with us this perfect moment where the pendulum was at an equilibrium point.
Well, it's almost over.
Thank God.
I have hated this election. This election has sucked.
Normally elections are very energizing, particularly if you're a politics reporter. Like, this is the shit, this is the big show, this is the conclave, this is when we decide what color smoke goes up through the chimney.
Yeah.
But this was not as fun. I'm more engaged in the conclave politics at this point than I think I am in the Canadian election politics, which is a really bad thing for me because I neither speak Italian nor am in Rome. Would like to be, but I'm not.
All right.
Well, one of us is here. Hello.
Okay, can we hear each other?
Can we hear each other? Are we doing just fine?
Okay. I can't hear you. Give me a second. Let me figure this
All
out.
right. Well, while you figure that out, I'll just talk until you get your microphone sorted. But I was backstage listening
Oh
to these
dear.
clips
It's
of
always
our highlight reels, and my God, I do understand why people don't call me now.
yeah.
I can be a little mean.
We're professionals, folks.
We're professionals. There you go.
Let's
Are your
see.
speakers on,
Speakers
Matt?
are off. Jen, try now.
Okay, now I'm no. See now you get me right in the moment when I stop talking. This almost never happens. Oh, it looks like everyone else can hear you,
Oh,
but you
good.
can't hear me.
But I can't. Okay, I can hear Jen now, but I couldn't
You can
hear
hear me
her
now.
a minute ago.
Well, there we go. We're fine then. Everything's fine.
We are professionals.
We're professionals.
It's
And on
funny.
that note,
Just as I was coming on, I got a phone call from a producer in Australia who wanted to know if I could come on and talk. And I'm thinking, if only they could see me right now.
if only
Like,
they could see you right now,
Jen, I
they'd be
can't hear
knocking down
you.
your door.
All right, I'm still hearing you strangely, but I am hearing you. So I guess I
Okay.
will I
Let me
will
turn
take
my
that.
mic.
I'm not hearing you through these. I'm hearing you through my computer. So I'm gonna take
All
these
right.
out.
How about
Are you
that?
getting an echo, Jen, or are you hearing me
I'm
okay?
not getting an echo. I seem to be hearing all right. The audience seems to be oh, Jen is on the left. I don't like the change. Well, trust me, nobody likes it when I'm on the left. That's a bad sign for everyone.
We
Um,
too fear change.
all right. So firstly, some housekeeping. Just noted here is that I either have the seasonal flu or the seasonal allergies. I don't know which. But I am sniffling all over the place. So I'm going to be disgusting for this entire live stream. You just need to accept that and embrace it in your hearts. Also, as per newsroom tradition, I have ordered pizza. I've scarfed a whole bunch of it's not crap pizza. I got the good pizza because I'm a professional now. We're doing well. And also, I think we should be discussing our drinks of choice as we watch the election results roll in.
Are you
I got
drinking?
Yeah, wasn't that expected? Was that not the brief? Did I miss the brief?
I'm just wondering what you're mixing it with.
No, nothing. I'm ordering a light beer. My
No,
God.
but I mean in terms of meds for your allergies.
Oh, I took a Tylenol cold and flu. I'll be
Uh,
fine. I
all
took
right.
the upper. Don't worry. Everything's good.
Okay, when you told me earlier you were going to take some meds before coming on, I was assuming you weren't going to drink. Okay. So
No,
Jen,
I
Jen
took
has
a
a light
Claritin
beer.
and a
Shout out
Tylenol
local
cold
Toronto
and flu.
brewery, Great Lakes. I'm drinking a Canuck. I have picked my beers tonight to reflect a Western Alliance theme. I
Okay.
bought 6. I want to be clear, I'm not planning on drinking all 6 unless this really goes sideways. I bought 3 Canadian, 2 European, one from Denmark, one from Poland, and I bought a Mexican. So elbows up. I'm also eating store brand made in Canada potato chips. And I've got nachos from my local pub. I was going to get pizza to honor the election tradition, but my favorite local pizza place is not open Mondays.
Okay. Well, all right. To that note, I got a very local Pilsner, German Pilsner from the establishment, which I'm told is the Establishment Brewing Company here in Calgary. So I got an uber local craft brew. I've got a couple of those downstairs. And also, shout out to Jeff and Sally, who literally dropped booze off at my door. And my friend Sally dressed it up with masks as if like a little parachute coming down from like the Hunger Games scene. Anyway,
You have better friends than I do, which is
uh,
both I'm flattering Sally, but I'm also criticizing my friends. Guys, I'm going to
yeah,
need them to step up their game a
step
little
up,
bit.
step up. As a rule, lefty American, I always thought you were both fairly left. Well, you're an American, so you don't get a vote in this live chat, German.
Yet.
Right? Yet.
We'll see how the evening goes. I'm more worried if we're going to get a vote in where he lives. But yeah,
Yeah.
all right. Just
Yeah.
taking a peek. Folks, this is funny, but I mean, Jen, like we've been talking about our food and our drink. And thank you, everyone. This concludes the Line Live. We should probably actually talk about the election.
Well,
So
there's some early returns we can get into, some interesting notes. But do you wanna start us off here?
the only thing I'm going to say is, like shout out Atlantic Canada. I love you guys, I really do, but it feels like every few years we go through this hell of overreacting to like one rural New Brunswick riding and then trying to figure out what it means for the nation. And I Right now, as of this moment, the Conservatives are overperforming. The Conservatives are above where they were expected to be in the polls coming out of Atlantic Canada. But there are two huge qualifiers to attach to that. Advanced polling numbers come later. So when we get a big whack of advanced poll numbers, if they're lopsidedly liberal, the Conservatives might be ahead in a bunch of seats right now that they're going to end up losing. The other question, of course, is even if this is real, even if this isn't an artifact of advanced polling, I don't know if it's going to mean anything nationally. I just don't.
I retain my position that Atlantic Canada is a weird little space that, the rest of Canada knows very little about. But then so is British Columbia. So don't take it personally, Atlantic Canada. All right, so we're going to start off on a couple of interesting little returns here. Just as we were getting started, I started to scroll through. Central Nova Scotia, it looks like Sean Fraser and Bryson Jenkins from the Conservatives are absolutely neck and neck. Oh, no, actually not, increasingly not neck and neck. It looks like Sean Fraser, who of course is former housing minister, has 45.7% of the vote, and Bryson Jenkins looks like he's getting 48. So he's I mean, we're not in solid blue, but we're in light blue territory there.
Sean Fraser may, in fact, be able to spend time with his family.
Sean Fraser may, in fact, be able to spend some time with his family, and blessings to him. There are also some interesting little returns from Newfoundland. We've got Jonathan Rowe beating incumbent Liberal Anthony Germain, 48-47. Again, another close race, but another example where the Conservatives might be about to pick up. Clifford Small in Newfoundland, that's an incumbent. Oh, it looks like another pickup for Conservatives. Carol Ansey, very strong lead ahead of Don Bradshaw, the Liberal. So at least 3 seats there that I can see that seem likely Conservative pickups from Atlantic Canada. That is a good early result for them. It's consistent, I think, with the overall polling that shows a very close race and a tie. But and it may not be enough to patch over some rough spots, particularly in Ontario for the Conservatives. But you know what? If you're watching the returns come in and you're Conservative, you're not unhappy with those results.
No, but you're probably nervous about them. Kind of to my point a minute ago, right? Like everybody at Conservative Party HQ right now is trying to figure out what, if anything, any of this means. I also want to give again, just a quick shout out. We've got some friends who are offline with us here who are going to be pumping us results all night. Something the viewers should appreciate is right now, some of you guys actually have better access to information than Jen and I do, because Jen and I are now in the broadcasting bubble. So a shout out to our friends who are helping us out and pumping us info. So Jen, let me tell you this, and obviously I'm not going to break any confidences here, to put it mildly. But I've talked to all the campaigns over the last couple of days. Like I've just been checking in with them. I confess not really the NDP one, because I thought maybe I should just leave them alone, let them make their peace in their own way. But I've talked with Liberals and Conservatives, and it's actually interesting. They agreed with each other. Both of them agreed that the Liberals, based on the polls, were right on the tipping point of a majority or a minority. And they had no idea which way it was going to go. And obviously the Liberals are hoping it would go one way and the Conservatives are hoping it would go the other way. But I would honestly, coming into this, I felt more confident a couple of days ago than I do tonight about what's going to happen tonight. And that is a polite way of saying, as of right now, I have no idea what's going to happen. I would be surprised if the Conservatives win. But any option to me, from a pretty comfortable Liberal majority all the way down to the Liberals to a pretty disappointing minority, to me, those are all in play.
So also I will point out that we at the line do get to enjoy a little bit of cheating, because my husband has put together an election night cheat sheet. So he's kind of picked out a couple of ridings to watch as bellwether ridings here. And in the Atlantic Canada, he pointed out that it's a good night if they win Cape Spear. It's a good night if they win Sydney Glace Bay, the Conservatives, that is. I don't think they're on track to win either of those, although let me just quickly check Cape Spear one more time here. Cape Spear.
Meanwhile, apparently our donate button on our email is broken, so let me go fix that.
That's fine. You do that, and then I'll continue talking. So it looks like they are not on track to win Cape Spear or Sydney, which indicates that the Conservatives are probably not radically overperforming the polls. But it's a bad night if they lose central Newfoundland. It looks like they're not going to lose central Newfoundland. So let me just again double check, see where the polls are at there. Oh, my computer's frozen. That's fantastic. Love that for me. Central Newfoundland. There we go. No, they're definitely not losing central Newfoundland. And let's check South Shore. Let's see how they're doing in South Shore. They might be losing South Shore. So they are not. This is not a Conservative wipeout, but there's at least
come out
one
of Atlantic
early.
having avoided a wipeout, though, they're probably actually happy, because I was reading just a couple of days ago that the expectation was that they were going to get literally wiped out.
They are not getting wiped out in Atlantic Canada. However, the one bellwether bellwether riding, South Shore St. Margaret's, that is leaning softly liberal. So it's Jessica Fancy Landry, 49.5%, to the Conservative Rick Perkins at 45.6%. So that's leaning pretty strongly liberal at this point, although it is early in the night. So that would indicate, no, they're not getting wiped out, but it's still, this is not also a strong, it's not a strong win for the Conservatives at this point. Is not something we would be anticipating for them at this stage based on these returns. So anyway, it's about what we expected. It's about where we expected them to be.
This is the part of the evening where you and I, and obviously I'm very grateful for everyone who's here already, joining in the live stream, sending questions, et cetera, et cetera. But this is the part of the evening where we tap dance and we fill the information void with our charm and our personality. Because honestly, until we get some more results here, I don't know what's going to happen. But what I would say is, first of all, very important, I think the donate button is now fixed. So if you want to throw some money at us, you go right ahead. But more importantly, I think it's be interesting here just to talk out a couple of scenarios, because we don't know what's going to happen. But I said a few minutes ago, I think liberal majority is in play. I think liberal minority is in play. And I think, in theory, conservative minority could be, although that seems pretty remote based on just what I'm looking at here. So let me just ask you, you don't need to do any high-level analysis here, but how would you feel about a liberal majority versus a liberal minority?
Look, so the closing statement in my final column, I think, stands, and that is, I just want the Liberals to go away and the Conservatives to grow up, and I think I'm going to get neither of these outcomes. I'm resigned to the fact that neither of these things are going to happen. So I don't think that anyone would put me in the liberal stand category. I'm highly ambivalent about everyone now. But if it is going to be a liberal government, let it be a liberal majority. And the reason why I'm let it be a liberal majority is because the leadership vacuum needs to end. We need a strong mandate for whomever is put in power, and we need to make sure that that person isn't having to say cut deals with the bloc, especially in order to function as a government. My concern is that if it's a liberal minority with a bloc holding the balance of power, you're going to have a liberal government that is egregiously tilted toward Quebec's interest at the expense of everyone else. You're going to have a liberal government that, has to make very desperate decisions in order to keep its coalition together. And I think the shine's going to come off Mark Carney real quick. And that puts any government in a really, really weak and dangerous position to face a potentially hostile American neighbor. That is a government that is going to be at risk of having the Americans be able to pick their regions off and play them off against one another. So look, it's the liberal minority with the bloc holding the balance is probably my nightmare scenario, in the sense of what's best for the country. But it might be my personal best case scenario, because that means we will have another election in 5 minutes, and elections are great for us.
No, they're not. I'm tired. It's been it actually hasn't been a long election. It's been a relatively short campaign. Mm-hmm. It's just felt like it was forever. Okay. I'm going to go the other way.
Okay.
I'm going the other way, and I'm going to say I would prefer a minority in that scenario. Mm-hmm. I don't disagree with you about stability. That's a problem. But I'm just trying to think through a scenario here. All right. one of the narratives of this campaign so far has been that the Conservatives blew a huge lead, and they did.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
But I think the extent to which the Conservatives blew a huge lead has overshadowed the fact that the Liberals are blowing their lead. So the Conservatives had this huge lead. Carney came in. Liberals opened up a huge lead. It's disappearing. Can someone drop into the chat, please? Just a quick snapshot here. Give me a snapshot number. Whatever the latest national vote split is. Just tell me. I want to know. It looks like the Conservatives, having been 10 points back 2 weeks ago and 5 points back a week ago, are now maybe near a tie. I don't know. I'm going to have to wait for one of you beautiful people to actually literally drop that into the chat for me. But I think when I'm thinking through a scenario, Jen, and I hear what you mean about stability, 100%, I get it. But I'm not sure if we actually get stability if Mark Carney wins, like hypothetically, a 1-seat majority. And then gets a little bit of a honeymoon because every new incoming prime minister does. And then there's the summer. Summer's not that far away. But then we come back in September, right? Labor Day. And everything is just rat shit. And Carney's numbers go into free fall. I think one of the things we've been talking about, okay, everybody is now popping those numbers in. Thank you. The one I was looking for, Liberals are +2 in the actual vote share right now. That's tighter than what the polling would have suggested. So I think the trajectory the Liberals are already on is down. Conservatives are up. If this election was actually 2 weeks from now, Conservatives win. And what happens to Mark Carney if he gets a 1-seat majority? We come back in September and Trump is doing nothing but truth socialing all day about 51, and Mark Carney's already underwater in the approval ratings, and whichever poor condemned soul is now running the Conservative Party, because I'm not convinced it would be Poilievre. I don't know what that does. I honestly have no idea what that does.
Yeah, well, I'm also assuming that we're on the most chaotic timeline. But as far as I'm concerned, a Carney, majority of 1 or 2 is effectively a minority, right? Because that's one person dies, one person retires, one person goes crazy. You're up in the air. And also, I would also remind everybody that, of course, the governing party has to put someone into the speaker seat, right? So that's effectively a minority right there, and a very unstable minority. Now, I want to ask you about the question: what happens to the Conservative Party after if they lose this?
I'm really more focused on the nachos. Leaside Pub for my Midtown Toronto folks. Thumbs up nachos. All right, let me give an answer suited to live broadcast. It depends. So let's walk through some scenarios here. Liberal majority, Poilievre's done. Liberal minority, but it's a huge minority and there's more than enough NDP seats to put him over the top. I think Poilievre's in danger. Unstable Liberal minority, they have to stay with him.
Because they don't have the ability. Yeah,
I have a hunch that Poilievre has already, and his people, when I'm speaking in the royal Poilievre, I think they're already preparing for a leadership challenge. I think they've been preparing for a leadership challenge for a few days. My understanding is that the Conservative Party headquarters concluded they were going to lose this thing last week, but then actually began to think, well, actually, maybe we're still in this in the last 24 hours. I don't know if that is delusion. I don't know if that is people who are very, very tired and need to go home looking at one bumpy poll and seeing salvation in it. Or it might be something real. I honestly don't know. And, just you said before a minute ago, maximum chaos scenarios here. So I'm not making a prediction here, but let me make a comment. Let's say they do purge Pierre Poilievre. Let's say the outcome of tonight is so bad that Poilievre is gone. I don't know what the hell the Conservatives do next, because they tried Aaron O'Toole as a corrective to Andrew Scheer. They tried Pierre Poilievre as a corrective to Aaron O'Toole. Other than literally frog marching Stephen Harper back to the top of the party, I don't know what they're going to do. And I actually have a hunch, and I've talked about this before. This is a little too early in the evening to get this existential, but I'm not convinced the Conservative Party of Canada makes sense right now. It might be too big a tent. The Liberals have had those problems as well over the years, but they were eventually able to figure it out. We are the party of urban Eastern Canada, and every once in a while we get lucky and we pick up enough seats elsewhere to get over the magical threshold. I don't know what a unified Conservative Party of Canada looks like right now, and I don't know who would best represent it.
Doug Ford.
I don't think he wants to. And I know I know I'm
Really?
in a minority view on this one.
Oh, you are in a minority view on this one.
All I'm going to say is that last week, when that really terrible wave of polling came out for the Conservatives, and I think that was when they gave up, it wasn't Doug Ford who put out a highlight reel. It was Tim Houston of Nova Scotia. And they're buddies. I don't think Houston does that without talking to Ford. I think Doug Ford right now has a job he likes. I don't think Doug Ford likes making tough or unpopular decisions. I think Ontario, being the relatively tranquil and placid place it is, it's probably, relatively speaking, an easy province to be a premier of. And I'm not trying to say it's easy. I'm just saying I'd rather be premier of Ontario than premier of Alberta. If you're Doug, do you trade up, especially if it means 3 years in opposition? I don't know.
One of our chatters has made the point of asking us, how is Max Bernier, Mad Max, doing in Beauce? Beauce? I'm going to say this Alberta style. Beauce. The Beauce. I
don't know if that's true or not. I just said it with confidence.
You just said it with confidence. Yeah, exactly. It's like we're both English here. That's fine. Yeah, 5.2%. CPC's at 60. So I don't know if we have any PPCers in the chat, but God bless you. But you're a minority. You're a strong minority. So that's that right there. Are there any other particular ridings that are starting to come through now that are interesting for me? Yeah, we're starting to get results in from Quebec, rural Quebec, going reasonably strong block. Just from what I'm looking at on the map overall, that's again not
I'm just taking a peek at some
shock.
Numbers too.
I'm now scrolling through Francois Philippe Champagne. Looks like he's probably back in Saint Maurice Champlain.
I'm shocked.
Shocked, I know you are. It looks like pick up for the Liberals. Laurentides Labelle, Emmerich Vino is leading pretty strongly, although only a few of the polls are reporting, so we're not going to lean too heavily on that. This will shock you, Matt. Battleford's Lloydminster, Meadow Lake. That one's going Conservative. What else do we have?
I bet against that.
Yeah, well,
I had 20 on it going to green.
Yeah, that is. I am surprised.
Is Lloydminster the one that's in Alberta and in Saskatchewan, and they can't get their shit together?
Yeah, that's the town you're thinking of. Okay. We love Lloydminster for exactly what it is, and I will hear no ill will of it. Of course, most of this election we can expect is going to come down. We're going to say the line. Are you ready? It's not going to be the first time I say this line tonight. It's going to come down to the vote-rich 905 region. Just drink every time you hear that one. And what do we see in the 905? And also, we knew that the 905 was starting to waver on the Conservatives. Well, it looks like, again, no, I'm not even going to report on these because we've got like one poll counted here. So no,
we're not going to get any meaningful Ontario numbers for another half hour.
No. Refuse. Manitoba, Riding Mountain, Conservative.
So Jen, I mean, as fun as it is to go swooping around a map, I want to ask you a strategic question.
Hit me.
Liberals win.
Okay.
Danielle Smith does what?
I don't think it's a question of how Danielle Smith reacts, but we know that prior to the election, Danielle Smith met with Mark Carney and said, here are my list of demands, and I could pull up the demands if you really insist upon it. But I mean, one of the demands was, for example, lifting the emissions caps. Generally, Does that mirror you? Generally being more supportive of pipeline development, being more supportive than previous governments of oil on oil and gas. And Carney's sort of response to that, I think, was overwhelmingly ambivalent. Whether or not that's because he is indeed a climate change fanatic, as I've heard many people argue, or whether or not he was keeping his powder dry because he wants to maintain leverage in that relationship, your guess is as good as mine. I'm not in the room. Maybe a little bit of column A, maybe a little bit of column B. So yeah, I think that we're going to see Danielle Smith insinuate herself very strongly after the results are read, because that's just kind of how she rolls. I think that we can expect to see more pushing on demands. I think we can hear a lot more talk about, how should I say, more talk about national unity crises. So, I mean, Danielle Smith, when she was asked directly about, so I will go rewind the tape a little bit and point out that there have been some organizers who have come forward publicly and said, we're going to be meeting with members of the Trump administration whose names we won't give you, but we're serious about talking about some form of an Alberta independence push, whether that means independence or Cascadia or some version of 51st state stuff. Well, we'll figure that all out later. But first and foremost, we need a referendum, because that's the only way we're going to get Quebec-like leverage, is kind of the logic behind all of that. And when Danielle Smith was asked about that specifically, she kind of gave a non-response, which was, essentially, I'm not going to put a referendum on the table, but, we do have that citizens initiative. And if the citizens manage to put forward this, use the legislation available to them, well, I would have no choice but to put forward a referendum. The citizens initiative requires like 300,000 Albertans to sign a petition for a referendum. It's really hard to know to what extent a referendum push is sincere versus to what extent it's for show or as a leverage play. So, do I expect a lot of Sturm and Drang? Yes. Will that Sturm and Drang actually lead to something material and concrete, like a referendum, for example? Anybody's guess. I certainly think the probability of that leading to something more exotic and dramatic go up under a Carney government, particularly if Carney continues to make or does make policy moves that disproportionately disadvantage Alberta. For example, some of his conversations earlier in the election campaign about a carbon tariff, for example, was particularly bizarre policy. My argument has always been that even before Justin Trudeau stepped down, that he should have come to the premiers with concessions in order to gain sort of goodwill and cooperation, in order to create a unified Team Canada where everybody could be playing the same team. And one of the concessions he could have offered right off the bat to Alberta was like, we're scrapping this emissions cap stuff. But he didn't. So, the end result is that just sort of fostered this internecine dispute. It fostered grievance within Alberta and the rest of Canada. And that could get really, really messy, particularly in an environment where you have a Donald Trump who's calling for becoming the 51st state. And you've got a fairly hostile American environment who are perfectly willing to pick aggrieved regions off to play them off against the rest of the country. Whether or not Danielle Smith sees through that, or whether or not she sees that as an opportunity to gain leverage in order to gain what, I don't know, is an interesting question. I mean, I think she's going to have a really interesting needle to thread there. There's something someone said in the chat that I want to say is something like the Bloc looks like it's losing a dozen seats to the Liberals right now. I think we're too early in the polls to know that for sure. I just did a quick scroll through the map, and maybe you're seeing something I didn't, because I, of course, have been talking. But most of the polls I was looking through Quebec were like one or two polls reporting. So I don't want to talk about Quebec right now until I actually know I have a few more polls in.
I just, while you were talking there, Jen, and obviously you had 100% of my attention.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, no, I'm known for that. While you were talking, I did take a peek at the just the overall snapshot national numbers coming in right now. Liberals right now more than 50% of the vote.
Yep.
So I do know that that is obviously going to change as we move from east to west.
It
I
has
know
to,
where the
yes.
party's bases of support are. So I'm not going to read much into the Liberals being over 50% right now. That's going to change later in the evening, and we'll wait for it. But oh my God, the NDP is like, I'm looking at it right now. It's barely over 4%.
4.3%. Eek.
And we're coming out of parts of the country where I wouldn't expect massive NDP support. But
more than 4.3%. Like,
yeah,
that's Green Party territory, my friends.
yeah, it is.
So,
The
yeah, so
NDP right now seem to be tracking to Green Party or PPC level support.
early, just a flip note. It looks like the Liberals have gained from the Conservative candidate in South Shore St. Margaret's. That's now officially called. So that's not a great sign for the Liberals. It's not not a great sign for the Conservatives. Sorry, not a catastrophic sign, but it's an early bellwether of where things are going. Yeah, the collapse of the New Democrat support has been fascinating to watch. I mean, can I just sort of admit right off the bat that I made a catastrophically poor prediction here?
How do you mean?
A year ago and for many months before said, look, there's a very good chance that Justin Trudeau is the Liberal Party's dead cat bounce. That what's going to happen to this cult of personality after he collapses is he's going to take the party down with him. And we're going to be moving to a two-party system where it's going to be Conservative versus New Democrat. The left will consolidate around New Democrat. If the New Democrats seize this opportunity with strong leadership, they could eat the left and they could have a real chance, like a Wab Kinew-led New Democrat party could have a real chance of forming a government in the not-so-distant future if they play their cards right. They have not played their cards right, and it looks like that thing where we move to a two-party system might be happening, but with the other party. So well played, Trebek. Well played, NDP. You took basically a once in a lifetime opportunity to eat a historic party, and you've lost it. Matt, I think you're muted there.
Yeah, I was munching on nachos.
That's fair. That's reasonable. This is not an ASMR channel, so that's cool.
It can be whatever we want it to be.
It can be whatever we want it to be.
I'm going to just make a confession here, and I'm just going to make it, Jen, to you as a colleague and friend, and it'll also happen to go out to the thousands and thousands of people who are watching. I get along best with NDP partisans, but I think it's because we know we're so far apart in our politics, we don't bother trying to convince each other, and we just enjoy each other's company. I've been talking to them, and I've been asking them, what the fuck? And they don't have any answers. You know, I think Jagmeet Singh's a smart guy. I think he's a nice guy. I think if you were to look down a checklist of things you would think would resonate with Canadian voters circa 2025, Singh would tick a lot of those boxes. It just hasn't happened. And I can't really even describe it in the sense of, well, sometimes you take the shot and it doesn't just go in. Like it was a disaster. And you and I wrote when CASA or SACA, we never really had an agreed acronym on that, but the Confidence and Supply or Supply and Confidence Agreement, we wrote right away a warning to the NDP. We said the junior partners in these arrangements don't come out well. They get strung along and exploited until the larger party sees an opportunity to cut them loose. The larger party gets all the credit for what was done, and the smaller party suffers. Didn't work out exactly that way. The NDP, famously, were the ones who ripped up the agreement with the Liberals.
Yeah, and then continue to support them for several months.
Terminology that Singh threw at us for week after week. I ripped up the deal. Didn't seem to do him any favors. And I don't know if this is the circumstances of this election, basically frying the brains of Canadians. I don't know if this is a reflection on Singh's performance. I don't know if this is Carney mania. But I just took a peek right now at those national numbers again. The NDP nationally is behind the Bloc. And the Bloc only runs candidates in friggin' province. I don't mean seats. I mean vote share. I don't know. I don't know how to explain that.
I am starting to agree with some of our commentators here that we are starting to see some pretty good indications that the bloc is, in fact, it's not going to totally collapse, but there is a decline in the bloc here and the NDP. So, yeah, this is looking more and more like two-party system territory, and I actually think that we can read into that is a direct effect of American hostility, because in a scenario where we are facing a hostile American neighbor and hostile dependency here, you don't really have the luxury of you don't really have the ability to engage in luxury beliefs or luxury politics. And Quebec separatism is increasingly a luxury belief and a luxury politic, and a lot of the positions the NDP have held, like they've not been able to seize the message from the left the way that the left needs to do this in a way that has been more effective than Mark Carney. And what they're left with are kind of culture war stuff, right? So then it just becomes a debate about who is better equipped to handle the Americans, which party leaders are better equipped to handle the Americans and or the economic fallout as a result of that. And you kind of have to start to recede to the serious parties then, the serious parties. That's kind of how I read that analysis, or read that in a very, very quick top line snapshot way. I don't think it's going to be a total collapse for the Bloc. The Blockers still look like they're going to be in a stronger position than the NDP when this is done, just based on early returns. But this is
you've already, Jen, you've already confessed to blowing a call here. Like, let me put out on the record, this isn't what I expected tonight. 6 months ago, I would have laughed, and did laugh, when people told me that the Liberals would be competitive. I was wrong. And one of the things that I will cling to in my rightness, and I did the mature thing there. I fessed up to being wrong before I moved on to the thing I was right about. Jen, I think some of you and I talk about quite a bit in the podcast, and I remember getting some pushback at the time from listeners when I said it, was that Quebec separatism was dead. Maybe not forever, but for a while. The Quebecers figured it out real quick.
Faster than the Albertans.
I think Quebecers figured it out first.
Yeah.
Of everyone, of all of these Canadians across this great land of ours, the Quebecois took a look at the reality and were like, yeah, you know what? We're 25%, maybe drifting towards 20% of the Canadian population, and that's enough to squeeze some special treatment out of the remaining 75, 80%. They're not going to get that kind of break in a unified North America. And they're certainly not going to get any breaks if they are an island of French-speaking.
Yeah, you're the Acadians now. How'd that work for them?
Yeah. I think they figured it out. So I'm just taking a peek at some of these numbers here.
I'm starting to peek into the Toronto returns. We still are waiting on a lot of the Toronto returns. It's so far, it's bluer than I thought it was going to be. But we're also still too early in the night, and there's too much gray on the map right now for me to be making much of a comment about the get ready for it. Vote Rich 905 region. Drink.
Oh, by the way, I already named all my food. Shout out to the Royal Canadian Military Institute. I'm drinking from your mug tonight, guys.
Like Nikki Ashton looks like will keep her seat. So, and
bless her heart.
Also, it looks like the NDP will pick up from the Conservatives Battle River Crowfoot in Alberta. So that's interesting. But again, let's not get too excited here. It's 3 out of 278 polls. So that's probably just an artifact of the polling stations that have come in to date. So whatever. Still, it's a fun one to see a giant swath of NDP orange in Alberta. That's fun to watch.
You know what? This is just an observation I'd make, and any data nerds out there can let me know if this is right. Just looking, because right now we're dealing largely with Eastern Canadian numbers. Conservatives are at 38.5%. It's pretty high for Conservatives. I don't think it's going to be high enough. I think they're going to lose. But that's on the high side of all the margins of error in the polls.
Yep.
We got a couple. Jen, are you are you
I would
getting the?
like to know a shout out to friend of the line, Michelle Rempel Garner. Looks like you're winning.
You know what? I honestly, I didn't have a lot of doubt that Michelle was
Yeah.
going to hold her seat.
Yeah, literally the only person in the world that had any concern that Michelle was going to hold her seat was Michelle Rempel Garner. So yeah, so it looks like she's going to take that one. It looks like also Edmonton Riverbend again, 1 out of 182 polls. Not much to read into this, but it does look like
Michelle Rempel Garner, conservative hold.
yeah, conservative hold is a pretty safe one for her.
So Jen, are you in the text group where we're getting questions sent to us from our paid subscribers? I don't know if you see those.
I'm not getting the paid subscribers. I'm only seeing the texts that are coming up on Restream over here.
Okay, well, I love everyone who's contributing in the chat, but we did promise to prioritize our paid subscribers. If you want to leave us a question, you want to get our attention, go to readtheline.ca. There's the top post on the website. If you're a paid subscriber, you can leave a question there for us, and we'll try to get to it. So here are some of those questions, Jen. You know what? I'm going to read this, and then I'm actually going to try and field it. And then if you want to jump in, you can. Lemon Drops asked, why does Poilievre have such a poor relationship with provincial conservatives, including but not limited to Doug Ford? And honestly, Lemon Drops, Jen might want to give a more sophisticated answer than that, but I'm going to tell you why. Because Pierre Poilievre and his team never tried to make friends. They were overtly, openly hostile to almost every other faction in conservatism. We saw a senior Poilievre campaign official just a few months ago go after Aaron O'Toole, most recent former leader of the Conservative Party of Canada. These were guys who did not prioritize playing nice with others. Why do they have shit relationships with other conservatives? Because they wanted to. And I think in the harsh light of tomorrow morning, we may question that decision, but I don't think it's a mystery.
No, I actually also think that it has less to do with ideology. I mean, there are different ideological factions within the Conservative Party. It's a big tent party. But I think in this case, it has much more to do with personal animosity. Yeah, I think that it's way more. He is when he was riding high in the polls, 25% above, he didn't need help from nobody. And then when the polls started to drop, he didn't get help from nobody. That's, I think, the actual answer there. I mean, there are different ideological factions that we can talk about. I mean, many people will point out that Doug Ford has actually governed pretty centrist, center liberal. He is not governed like an assertive or aggressive conservative. I think that that's generally pretty true. We can talk about the faction that Danielle Smith sort of represents as a Western conservative, and that's pretty distinct from where Poilievre is sat. So there are differences of perspective and opinion here, but I don't think that any of those differences of ideology couldn't have been glossed over with a good relationship, with a good human relationship. And I think the Conservative Party has done, or the current federal leadership has done very little to foster those good relationships. And look, politics is about relationships. There's no way around that, right? Your ability to glad hand, to make people feel listened to make people feel heard. That's a huge part of a successful political skill set. And if you don't choose to cultivate it, or if you choose to actively alienate people because you think that you can, well, you're going to suffer some consequences as a result of that. So that's what we're seeing. In the chat, somebody noted that the CBC has called it for the Liberals. Yeah, I think that's probably a safe bet. That's probably where we're going. I think the fundamental question of tonight is if it's going to be a Liberal majority or a Liberal minority. That one I think is too close to call. But just judging from the trending numbers, we're seeing, Libs ahead in 114 ridings, Conservatives ahead in 82, Quebec 15, NDP 4. NDP might lose party status tonight. In Green 0. So I mean, there's silver lining to everything.
Important breaking news. I've now switched from Great Lakes Canuck to Tuborg. As I said before, I was going with a Western Alliance beer theme, a mix of Canadian and other Western beers.
I just got my my Hunger Games beer drop. So there you go.
Good.
It's pretty cute.
You're a husband. Hell of a guy.
He's the best, right?
So
Everybody
I've
loves
switched
him.
now to Tuborg, which is a
Ooh,
Danish
oh,
beer.
oh my
Shout
God.
out
On a
solidarity
hockey
to
stick.
our
My God. Look
very
at that.
Canadian. Anyway, I was in the middle of toasting our Danish allies when you interrupted me. So cheers to Denmark. Greenland forever.
Cheers to Denmark. Greenland forever.
All right, another question from a paid subscriber. This from Lisa. We'd like to hear the rant as to why you hate the Green Party. I don't hate the Green Party. I don't think about the Green Party at all because the Green Party is a rounding error. Green Party doesn't matter, but thanks largely to Elizabeth May's personal charm, that's what it is. Like Jen was saying a minute ago, politics is about relationship building. Elizabeth May, God bless her, did an incredibly good job building relationships with people in Ottawa, including politicians, journalists, members of the broader chattering classes. And it made it awkward for them to ever explain to her that, no, the Green Party essentially is a vanity project for you. So she kept getting herself invited to things like debates and that she honestly didn't belong in. I would love to have a strong Green Party in this country. I really would. I think something like a nominal Green Party would be a healthy thing in our weirdly fractured democracy. There have absolutely been elections where I would have happily parked my vote with the Greens if the Greens were a serious party, but they're not. And I know they're going to. I mean, some of the Ontario provincial Greens actually I think have worked pretty hard to be a serious party. Elizabeth May's Greens are not a serious party, and we are better off not pretending it is, because that's time, attention, bandwidth, and reporting resources that can be properly deployed onto things that matter. So, Lisa, I don't know if you're going to agree with that, but you asked what my green rant was. There it is. Jen, I'll throw this one at you.
Well, firstly, let's make some acknowledgments here. It looks like some websites are down. Some of our chatters have noted that the CBC website's down. I don't know if that's just the CBC website because my Elections Canada website is also going awful slow. Liberals at 133, Conservatives 93, Bloc 17, NDP 3 now. And then the vote share is 50% Liberal, 38.7% Conservatives, Bloc less than 5, NDP less than 5, other 2. So we're just going to have to bear with the CBC, or I'm going to have to find another website. The reason why we use the CBC website, and again, I'm going to anger some of our conservative listeners by pointing out that the CBC is really good at this stuff.
Yeah.
They do stuff like this extremely well, way better than we possibly could. I mean, they're not as entertaining as us because, of course, we have the benefit of alcohol. We don't have to be grown-ups. But they do election results really, really well. I think better than any other website. They have usually well-functioning live maps that you can zoom in onto as well. So, I mean, if you want to listen to or watch the election results,
my CBC feed just went down.
Yeah, so if you want to watch election results without our inane chatter, the CBC is a really good way to do it. But I'm going to look for another website to be watching stuff live in because it looks like. Well, I mean, I really chose a great moment to praise the CBC right there, right? Let's try CTV. Let's see how we do.
Yeah, I've just switched to CTV as well.
And also comparatively, I will also point out that the Elections Canada website is pretty brutal. So it's not that I am opposed to getting it direct from the source. It's just. It's a very old-fashioned website. They really need to update this. Maybe they should,
I know this is wildly off topic, but supporters of the line, viewers, listeners of the line, readers of the line, they know we have a global view on issues. A big piece of Europe lost electrical power today.
Oh.
Like a pretty big piece, and they're still working on getting it back together here. So if we've only lost the CBC website, that's annoying, but I think we're coming out ahead. Shout out to our friends in Spain and Portugal. Keep those flashlights charged. Questions, Jen. I'm going to throw a question at you here.
Okay.
Let's see. In a minority either way, and this is from Kevin. In a minority either way, what are the chances the two major parties can govern for the best of Canada on issues like economics, housing, security, and sovereignty? Can Carney and Poilievre forge an asshole Canada coalition if needed? And for people who don't get the reference, Jen and I have been calling for months for asshole Canada, which is basically the idea of what would we do differently if we weren't worried about being nice, if we actually had a survival instinct. So, Jen, what are the odds of the Liberal in a minority? And God knows we might not be tracking that direction. I'm looking at these numbers too.
We
But
might
if
be
we get
heading
one,
toward a
can they play
liberal
nice?
majority. Okay, so firstly, we might be heading for a liberal majority. I'm looking at the CTV website right now, and it looks like we're liberal 138, conservative 107, bloc 21, NDP 5. Wow. Okay. And green again 0. Skull. Can they play nice? Look, my big hope, but in the most optimistic vision of the future that I can envision for our nation, if it's going to be a liberal government, fine, let it be a liberal majority. And if it's going to be a liberal majority, let it be a Mark Carney with a strong enough mandate and enough confidence in himself to clean the fucking house. And by that I mean purge the staff, purge the cabinet, remake the liberal government in his, most august, most centrist senior banker image, and also really consider a war cabinet. So bring in the best MPs from across Parliament, including Pierre, and have them be willing to bring new ideas and dissent into the table and really listen to it. I mean, that's what Parliament's supposed to be about, but nobody has any hope for that. So maybe like a special committee. I don't know what we can have a Supreme Court justice, a retired Supreme Court justice, chair it and talk about convening a lot. But if that's what it takes, then yeah, ideally, I would really like a responsible adult Carney government to be willing to reach across the aisle to create a bipartisan war cabinet. My optimism is rarely rewarded. It's rarely rewarded. So I don't know if that's what he's actually going to do. And the problem isn't that the Liberals or the CPC don't want to act in the best interest of Canada. The problem is that both of them have fundamentally different ideas of what the best interests of Canada are, right? And I mean that's any political party or any set of political parties in any kind of government in any kind of country. People have different ideas about what we should do here and how we should be going about things and why we should be going about things and how we need to be making priorities. One of the big problems that I've had with the way that Canada's been governed under the Liberals previously, and certainly even under the Liberals or even under the Conservatives generally, is that the Liberals previously lost touch with the idea that government was about priorities. And by I mean setting priorities, I mean being willing to say this, not that. Yes to this, which means no to that. We can do this, but we can't do that. We can't do everything. We have limited bandwidth. We have limited resources. We have limited whatever. And the end result was a kind of amorphous blob of a government that was trying to do everything for everyone, but was too overly centralized and couldn't delegate appropriately, and therefore really suffered, if you'll forgive me for the use of the jargon, on deliverology. That I think is something that needs to change, and I'm hoping that if Carney does one thing well, it will be attain the ability to set 3 or 4 clear priorities for government and basically slough off the rest. We'll see. And also, I will say, like, I will make the same defense for Pierre Poilievre that I made for Aaron O'Toole before the Pierre Poilievre and his people defenestrated Aaron O'Toole. And that is, I think that it's dangerous for any political party to throw out their leader after only one disappointing election. I think that you need to give leaders an opportunity to learn from their mistakes and develop and grow in the role. And I think you need to give voters an opportunity to get to know leaders over time. It's unrealistic to expect to parachute someone into a role and a year later, if they don't necessarily kill it in an election, that they're out. That being said, that was not the degree of mercy that we saw the Pierre Poilievre people and his factions display for Aaron O'Toole when Aaron O'Toole had a disappointing result.
The problem, I'm going to do some rapid fire questions here, but I think the problem, Jen, to what you just said, I think everything you just said makes perfect sense in theory. The problem is, and depending on precisely how big a government Mark Carney wins, because everybody's calling it liberal now, we just don't know if it's minority or majority. The problem Pierre Poilievre is going to have is that Pierre Poilievre made conservatives, and I don't mean the movement or voters, I mean the caucus, an offer. Stab O'Toole in the back, and I will bring you victory.
That was the deal.
And there are probably a lot of conservative caucus members. They're like, well, you had me at stab O'Toole in the back. There were a lot that weren't comfortable with it and never have been comfortable with it. But the prospect of imminent power gives a would-be prime minister a lot of leverage, right? Because stay in line and you will still be in consideration for a cabinet post. Give me any problems, you're a backbencher in my 230-seat government. So all the people who felt kind of shitty about knifing Aaron O'Toole in the back, but went along with it because Poilievre would deliver a majority government, assuming they don't lose their seats, we're going to start hearing from some of those guys. So I don't know, and we were talking a little bit earlier in the conversation about whether or not Poilievre plays nicely with others. He doesn't. And you can do that when everyone's afraid of you. All right, a couple quick questions. Patrick asks, regardless of who wins, have provinces in general just kind of passed blame onto the federal government for issues that they should be handling? Do you think people in general are quick to blame the feds for all their issues? There's two questions in there, Patrick. The first, I'll answer one of them first. Canadians in general have a terrible understanding of civics. So they don't properly assign blame ever. And that can benefit you or hurt you depending on the issue if you're a politician. As to the issue of the provinces, I don't know if they've passed blame on, but I think the provinces have gotten pretty good, especially, I'll speak for mine, where I actually spend the most time and attention, Ontario. It's pretty shocking to me in recent years how little attention Ontarians pay to almost anything. And, you know, every once in a while, someone will be like, wow, there's a lot of crackheads out there and the roads are in terrible condition and I don't have a family doctor. And you'd think that's like a precursor to doing something about it, but it turns out it isn't. It's a sort of idle conversation. So I honestly, Patrick, buddy, like, I don't know if they're passing the blame or if they're just really benefiting from an electorate that doesn't really care. Nick, dumb question from Matt. The party leaders for Star Trek characters, who are they? That's funny.
It's a good question. It's a very valid question.
Pierre Poilievre is Captain Jellicoe from Chain of Command. Mark Carney.
Cisco?
No, I'm gonna have to think about Mark Carney.
Okay. He wouldn't be like a starship captain. He'd be like one of the upper admin people in.
He'd be an admiral no one likes, but who actually can get shit done. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or he'd be like a Federation ambassador or something. But I'm going to think about that because that's an important question, and I want to give it the thought it deserves. Alex, wildcard pick for next CPC leader, Jason Kenney. His return to Twitter has been excellent, and that's sort of like real life. Alex, I don't have a guess as to who the next CPC leader will be. Depending on what happens tonight, it could well still be Pierre Poilievre. But I have also noted Jason Kenney tweeting a lot lately. And
is that because he's got leadership ambitions, or is that just because he's unfettered? I think it might because Jason Kenney is well and truly free in his heart.
I don't know. We should ask him.
We should ask him. I will ask him.
Jacob,
should I send him a text right now?
Jacob, non-snark, genuine question. What is the basis for believing Singh is a smart guy? Jacob, fair question. We've talked to him. He knows his stuff. I know. I'd love to give you a better answer than that, but I'm not trying to pull rank. But one of the interesting quirks of politics, and it's one of the things I find repulsive about politics, is you get to know these people even a little bit, and they're not what you think they are.
No.
And that, to me, is a blinking danger sign. Why can't they be who they think they are? But I don't know. Well, that's a topic for another podcast or live stream. Christopher, doesn't matter who wins. F-35, stick with it. Oh, Christopher, you
Oh, are we gonna
chaos
get
agent.
into it? Chaos agent. Oh, we are triggered. We are triggered. Are we gripping people here?
I'm feeling pretty grippiny these days.
You're feeling pretty grippiny. Okay.
But I think probably what we do, the argument. Christopher's unleashed something here. Hey guys, who's ready for a Matt on military procurement moment?
I think I'm ready for that. I'm far enough in my first beer. Let's do it.
Hey, again, shout out Denmark, NATO ally. Okay, so here's the thing. A lot of countries operate mixed fleets of fighter jets. The reason Canada has assumed it can't, and this is an argument that has been made to me many, many times by serious people, it's expensive. It's complicated to run a mixed fleet because you need to have different logistics chains, different training programs. You got to train pilots who won't necessarily be able to switch from type to type. You got to have technicians who are Gripen versus F-35 experts. Blah blah blah. It's too expensive. To which my response has always been, you know what the solution to something being too expensive is? Spend more fucking money. Nothing is too expensive if you just decide to spend the money on it. And the idea, like I've looked at some of the cost estimates here. It could be an extra $1 billion or $2 billion a year to operate a mixed fleet of fighter jets. I'm going to throw an idea out there into the universe. Maybe a G7 country with a $2 trillion economy can afford to spend an extra $1 billion or $2 billion a year on something they've decided is important. Just throwing that out there. So to answer Christopher's question, what I would do is I would fire up a Gripen procurement immediately. I would sign that contract as soon as humanly possible. And I would make it extremely obvious to Washington that we're going to stay in the F-35 program. But how many we buy depends on how much they piss us off. So that's my thought on that. Basically, talking about asshole Canada, we need to start turning things around and holding the Americans hostage. The F-35 is a big, important program. Let's use that as a pressure point. All right. Jen, I'll throw this question at you.
Also, just so you know, I've texted Jason Kenney and asked him if he is going to run for CPC leader. I expect zero response, but I wanted everyone to know that I did ask.
Tell him 6,000 people are currently on the
6,000
live
people
stream
are on
waiting for his
edge.
response.
There you go.
All right. Jen, question for you. I'll throw this one at you. This is from Braden. In the context of national unity, what would be the worst result, liberal majority or minority? And would a conservative win, if it were possible, dampen some of those questions in the short, medium, or long term? It's a good question.
Look, I always think a conservative win dampens questions of national unity
Alberta
in the West.
separatism, yeah.
Alberta separatism, sure. Maybe it flares up Quebec separatism, though. So maybe that's a 2.5, 1 dozen and pick 'em kind of problem, right? Look, I can make an argument that both a liberal minority and a liberal majority pose unique risks to national unity. What would be very interesting to me would be if the Liberals win a strong enough majority that we started to see more more Alberta seats go Liberal. Because it's really hard to make the argument that Alberta is just itching to get out if we send more Liberals to Ottawa this time than we did last time, right? Like that becomes a harder argument. A liberal minority scenario, I think, presents a higher risk to national unity for reasons I was talking about earlier on in the live chat. I think a liberal minority, particularly one that's held up by the Bloc, is one that's going to be, has to be more fixated on keeping Quebec happy at the expense of everyone else, and that means that Alberta is going to get the short end of the stick on a lot of different policy choices. There's a pretty good chance that you would see a Mark Carney engage in a policy that would be disproportionately damaging to Alberta vis-a-vis the rest of the country. No, I know that would shock you all. And that, I think, could flare up some drama. Now, I want to be really careful when I talk about Western separatism because it makes it sound like this is like a real viable mainstream thing. Right now, as of, April 28th, 2025, and I will note this is not a prediction, but right now, Alberta separatism is still very much a fringe phenomena. It's a thing. If you pull people on it in the hypothetical and you don't attach consequences to it, it has a higher percentage of support for independence or some version of a 51st state in Alberta than there is in other parts of the country. But it's still very, very, very far from majority support or plurality support. So this is not a real thing yet. It's not something that I think it's being actively discussed in certain circles, but it's not being seriously discussed. And that distinction is really important when you talk about this because, yeah, anybody can go to the bar and be like, fuck Ottawa, we want to separate. That's an active discussion. A serious discussion is when you sit down and you start to actually weigh out pros and cons and consequences and upsides. Right now, the conversation that I see happening around Alberta separatism is still very fringe. It's still confined. It's active, but it's not serious. And by that I mean the conversations around Alberta separatism aren't about weighing serious risks, downsides, pros, cons. They're conversations that are to the effect of, well, if we just fucked Ottawa and went off, we would, double our income and the Americans would take our oil at par and everything would be awesome. It's a magic bullet solution. And I always get skeptical when people promise magic bullet solutions because there are never magic bullet solutions. There are only ever trade-offs. There are trade-offs and consequences if you go this route. There are trade-offs and consequences if you go that route. And a conversation that can't deal with that problem, can't deal with risks and trade-offs is not a serious conversation. So that's my kind of ramble about Western separatism. I've also said to people quite openly that, whether or not you're living in Quebec or Ontario or Alberta or Saskatchewan, you shouldn't be casting a ballot out of, what you fear an outcome. How should I say this? You should be casting the ballot for the person who you think is best equipped to run the country. You shouldn't be casting a ballot because you think that one province is holding your vote hostage. I don't think that's an appropriate way to run a country either. So yeah, the worst case scenario I think probably for a unity crisis, to answer the question, is in fact a liberal minority, and simply because it would be a liberal minority be more dependent on Bloc for support, would be disproportionately more likely to harm Alberta's interests to benefit Quebec and Ontario, and also would be weaker. It would be much, much easier for the Americans to pick us off regionally and play us off one another in a liberal minority scenario than it would be in a liberal majority scenario. That's my read on it.
From Heather. This is a question, Heather. It's a great question, but I'm going to answer it very quickly. Heather asks, the People's Party has been a complete nothing burger in this election, completely forgotten. Discuss. Heather, the Conservatives gobbled them up.
Yeah.
The Conservatives adopted a strategy of no enemy to the right. And I think they were flirting with maybe a few enemies to the right over the last week or so when they started to make some strategic decisions to move to the center on a couple of issues. But I forget what the riding was, but when Bernier challenged in some Western riding a couple of years ago in a by-election, that was the best possible chance the PPC would ever have of winning a seat. They chose the most favorable ground. They sent their leader and they threw everything they had at it. And the Conservatives crushed them. The Conservatives have decisively crushed the People's Party, and never say never, they could come back, but the PPC is not an issue in this election. Here's a great question from Chris.
First, can I just sort of just break in here? We are at Liberal 155, Conservative 131, Bloc 22, NDP 8, Green 0. Matt, your feelings about those numbers? They're 316 of 343 seats reporting.
Those numbers are going to move around a little bit.
Yeah.
Assuming they held there, and I know they won't, but assuming they held there, I don't know if that's the maximum chaos scenario you and I have been talking about.
I can feel the chaos rising in my gut is the problem. I'm looking at these numbers and it's like a snake of chaos is just
chaos snakes. They'll get you.
The chaos snake is there.
It's like the Venga bus is coming. The chaos snake is coming.
Yep. Yep.
And shout out in the chat if you actually get that reference. That's going to be a real quick marker of your demographic. Any scenario where the Liberals cannot get to a balance of parliament, either on their own or with whatever's left of the NDP, is a chaos scenario. So that's where we're heading now. I do want to throw this question at you, Jen.
Looking at these numbers until we know. Then, okay.
Great question from Chris. First of all, these are all great questions. You're all children to me. I love each and every one of you. But this is from Chris, is a really good one. Rather than fixating on Donald Trump as an existential threat, shouldn't Canada be asking whether its persistent underinvestment in NATO, lax border and domestic security, and vulnerability to foreign influence reflects a deeper strategic complacency that makes the country increasingly exposed regardless of who is in the White House? Chris, I'm going to look, I hope you're still watching this. I'm going to look right into the blinking light here of my camera because I want to feel you. I want you to feel me peering into your soul. Yes! Thank you. Trump. Not a fan of Trump. Actually, okay, hang on. I'm crossing the border in 2 days. I love Trump.
Great. Trump's great.
Yeah, I got a family event in Michigan this week, so we'll see how that goes. I'm counting on all of you now that the donation button is fixed. If I disappear to El Salvador, I'm counting on all of you. But no, Chris, you nailed it. And the problem that Canada has right now is that Trump ain't wrong about us. You know, Obama, Biden, they all found nicer ways to say it. Our European allies have been finding very European ways to say it. But everybody who's a friend of Canada has been listening and saying the same thing. We're deadbeats. And we're not just letting down our allies here, we're letting down ourselves. You know, one of our recent episodes of On the Line was me and Marcus Kolga talking about effectively the complete abdication of Canadian leadership on defending Canadians. Canadians who are targeted often because they're politically engaged, or they're a human rights activist, or they are themselves the member of an ethnic or religious diaspora community in Canada. These are Canadian citizens. These are our kin. I don't care what, I'm going to get preachy here for a second. I don't care what color your skin is. I don't care which church or temple or synagogue or mosque you go to. If you're Canadian, you're part of my extended family. And we are not going to bat for our own people because all the political leaders in this country look at where the voters are to be found in those communities, and they either don't want to, or they just choose it's not in their strategic interest. So, Chris, I hear you, brother. You are bang on right. I don't know what it'll take, but whatever it is, we haven't had it yet. So
just a side note, I'm pouring into my second drink. This one is thanks to Sally and Jeff who brought this over before our live stream started. It is a Fallen Timber Meadery Mojito. Refreshing honey, mint, and lime mead hydromel.
Jen, mojito.
No, it's a mead-jito. Meadito.
Okay. Sorry, I thought you just mangled mojito.
No, this is a terrible portmanteau, man. This is just brutal. It is a product of Canada, thank God. And I think that I'm in the moment where the dread is setting in. So this is a good moment to be digging into the mojito.
That's going to bother
Matt,
me.
I think we're getting the chaos scenario.
All right.
I think this is going chaos.
I'm going to answer this question soon. Quickly, I should say. B-. First of all, you're a solid B+ in my books. So, let's knock that off.
Who's B+?
Well, B- asked a question, but I'm just upgrading him to a B+.
Oh, that's right. That's a username. My apologies. Okay.
How influential do you think Vote Palestine was in this election, particularly with regard to the NDP? Honest answer,
not
B-, not really.
Not an issue.
I think one of the fascinating issues, I know that the Gaza war and issues surrounding it have animated voters. Like, I get it. But when was the last time you saw Israel in the front pages of any major news outlet?
Yeah, and probably not correctly. Like there's been movement on the the Gaza stuff that I think has absolutely been worthy of attention, but
I know about it because I read about it.
it hasn't dominated in the way that it has previously. I mean, you can make the argument that, and I think that we will probably be corrected by people who have more inside knowledge on the NDP side of things, who would say, um, for example, yeah, this was a major issue in this particular riding, or maybe this lost them a particular seat, or it moved votes in a very particular way here, here, and here. But we're talking about an specific, not global. So there might be a couple specific seats or specific ridings where it hurt them. Maybe it makes the difference between them getting official party status or not in that respect. But in a global way, I don't think that this has been a prevailing issue over the course of this election. We've just been way too fixated on what's happening in America. And bluntly, I think it's appropriate that we be fixated on what's happening in America. Canada has a very, very small say in what happens in the Middle East. We have a very small amount of influence there.
Convene the living shit out of something.
We could, yeah. So, but I mean, I think our attention is and ought to correctly be focused on what's happening in Canada and what Canada can do about it. One of our commenters speaking to us about anti-Semitism in a few writings with large Jewish populations. That's right. That's what we should be talking about. Balancing right to protest with threats against the Jewish community. How do we manage that negotiation appropriately? That is an appropriate domestic conversation. But, do I think that the leaders' positions on Gaza or Palestine moved anything in a global way? Probably not.
All right. Back to the questions here. Great questions, though. We're loving these.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is from Mark. I want to know your respective thoughts on a combined Alberta, Saskatchewan, Western regional party should the Liberals even win a minority. Mark, I don't know if you mean opinion or prediction. Prediction, I make none. I don't know what's going to happen to the Conservative Party. I think that's going to depend on what the actual final numbers end up looking like. Mark, I don't know if you were here right at the start of the chat tonight where I was saying I don't know if the Conservative Party of Canada makes sense. And here's my problem. I think what probably makes sense is to have an Atlantic Canadian Conservative Party, a Quebec Conservative Party, an Ontario Conservative Party, Ford Nation, we'll call it, and then either a Western Conservative Party or Conservative parties in different provinces. I don't mind the idea of having regional options on the ballot that then come together and work together in a coalition in Ottawa. I think that could be elegant. I think it could work. In our current political structure now, I don't see a way that does not accelerate the disintegration of the Canadian Federation, which nominally is an outcome I would prefer to avoid. So would the outcome tonight be different? Because right now we're still trying to figure out if we've got ourselves a Liberal minority or majority. Would the outcome be different if there was a Ford Nation party running in Ontario that could then ally with a Buffalo party out west and the Houston party, for lack of a better term, out east? Sorry, Atlantic Canadians, I don't have a better name for that. I just Laurentianed. Sorry, my center of the universe is showing. But whatever it ended up calling, I don't know. Maybe those parties could defeat a Liberal Party. I just don't know if it could hold the country together. So that's an interesting idea, and I do think that's probably something, Jen, worth us talking about, or even just go find one of our nerds. And I say that with affection.
Yeah, maybe we'll talk about it.
But
I think we should do an online episode discussing what the future of the Conservative Party could look like and whether or not regional blocks make sense. Just off the top of my head, I think that sometimes those of us who are in parliamentary systems really like the idea of having lots of different options to vote for, even though we tend to default to one of the main two. Most of us, most of the time. This, I think, actually was part of what propped up the appeal of the Green Party so long. People really like the idea of the Green Party. They like the idea of having more than two options. There's something that seems inherently corrupt about only having two options. It's a Kang versus Kudus problem, or maybe it just seems too American, right? Like, we should have multiple different options. But there's a reason why over time we seem to default back to the two-party system. You see it mathematically, you see it consistently. We get this two-party system. People get frustrated. They say the centrists aren't being represented. All of the voters are in the centrist. Why can't I have a centrist party? I'll start the Alberta party, or I'll start the blah, 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 blah. And then these parties, play to the center. They play to where they think the voters are, and then they get crushed and eaten. Nom, 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 nom. And the fight always seems to devolve to sort of which main party, or which of the main two parties can dominate the center, as opposed to which party can become the centrist party. That's where the winners are. I mean, if I'm seeing one real outcome for the election here, it's median voter theory strikes again. That's actually my takeaway. And for those of you who don't know that particular jargon, it just basically means that most voters are, they don't live at the left, and most voters don't live at the right. Most voters, most of the time, are distributed along a standard distribution curve. So a standard distribution curve is like loop and then down across. And if you're watching the video, you will be able to see that. But that means that most voters are actually kind of self-identified centrists. And if you can be the party that, manages to convince the majority of voters that they too are the centrist party, you get the 50% plus one of that particular standard distribution, and then you win, right? Like, most of the voters actually aren't in the tails, they're in the middle. That is sort of what I'm seeing in this election, that what the Liberals effectively, that the Conservatives wanted to run a campaign that was no enemies to the right. They shored up the right. They lost the center. And what happened is the Liberals, being opportunistic motherfuckers, God bless them. It's what they do. They do politics well. Just came right in right after them and shored up the center and managed to gain that median voter position.
Would you, sorry to interrupt, but would you like to know something fun?
Well, yeah, after that, like, short politics 101 jargon lecture,
we're
all
going
of
to
us
rename the live stream to standard deviation.
Standard distribution. Yes.
Standard distribution definition. Yeah.
There you go.
Brought to you by the line.
I'm doing this on my second drink. Okay. I think I deserve some props for that.
Okay. Yep. Duly noted. I'm looking right now at the CTV projections.
Yeah, apparently they're predicting chaos, maximum chaos.
There are 9 seats that do not yet have someone leading or elected. The Liberals currently are 10 seats short.
Awesome. Love that for us.
The NDP currently have 10 seats. The Greens are currently leading and elected in 1, which means what I'm going to lazily call a progressive coalition would be 3 seats over the majority threshold.
Fuck.
So, Jen, I'm going to ask you another question, and I'm going to politely, with great respect, I'm going to instruct you not to do politics 101 definitions again. That is less scintillating than you might have hoped.
Would you prefer we start talking about where we're relocating the line to?
I would actually prefer we not mention that at all. We're going to keep that in the drawer for now. Ice Skater question. Ice Skater 40.
Mm-hmm.
I'm Gen X, and my social media has been filled with equal parts. Liberals will destroy Canada, and conservatives are hateful and will destroy everything. I feel anxious that no matter the outcome of this election, people are going to be very divided rather than unified and respecting of the fact that we live in a democracy where the majority vote in each electorate riding influences the government we get. We don't have to like the outcome, but we do have to respect it. Now that I've gotten on my soapbox, my question is, have you also seen these polar opposite divisions? Does it seem to be at a higher level of rhetoric this time, or do I have a weird silo of strongly opinionated friends? Any thoughts on how everyone comes back together cohesively after the results are final, and some people are happy and others are disappointed? Short answer, yeah, I see the same thing. But look, Ice Skater 40, I don't think Jen or I are going to blow your mind here when we say I think we live in an era of increasing political division. I'm not going to go and define standard distribution. I'm just going to use the cliche like vote rich 905 region. We do live in divided times. I don't know how we come back for that. And my only theory on that would be very unpopular, because right now, I just want to underline something for everybody right now. Right now, thousands of people all across the country and all over the world, I've seen some comments come in from other countries, are watching us right now. And we are all linked together via the power of the internet. I think I have a solution to all that ails us in terms of division. Turn the internet off. That's the best I've come up with. So, based on that sound Jen made, I'm not sure she's convinced.
I think we need to step in with some breaking news. If you were watching our chat, you will have noticed the long stream of expletives. That's because it looks like indeed we are heading for some form of a liberal minority government, which is the worst outcome for everyone involved. And on top of that, we're now just deciding how precarious this liberal minority is going to be. Like, is this going to be like,
as of
the
this
liberals...
exact moment, they would not be able to get to the threshold of the majority vote.
Yeah, right. So now we're just trying to figure out, is that like, what about with the bloc? What about with the bloc plus the...
Right now, and again, this is going to change, folks. This is all hypothetical. This is not prediction. Right now, the bloc, the Conservatives, and the NDP combined could outvote the Liberals. The bloc and the Conservatives combined could not outvote the Liberals and NDP, but it would only be one vote, assuming that the Liberals or the NDP offered up the Speaker. So I don't know if we're at the maximum chaos scenarios yet, but we're not.
We're in the top two scenarios for maximum chaos here. Do we gonna have a moment where we just stare into the abyss for a sec and drink?
It's a little early in the evening for that, but if you need one, we can do it.
I mean, how about you just talk for a moment and I'll stare into the abyss?
If we're gonna do an abyss stare, we're gonna do it together.
All right, you
ladies
ready?
And gentlemen, everyone watching at home, if you do have a drink, for the next 10-15 seconds, we're just gonna do an abyss stare.
Okay, here we go.
You want to take some questions, or?
Let's go. All right, question.
Whoever sent this question has so many accents in his name, my text message program will not render it. I'm just getting a bunch of Unicode, so I apologize.
That's fine.
Well, the Liberals likely winning a few seats in Alberta, if that happens, that's in brackets. Does anything help preserve national unity? I can imagine Danielle Smith would ignore this phenomena, as these ridings are not Conservative areas, and any Liberal MPs from Alberta are unlikely to have much influence in caucus. Jen, Laura, obviously I'm going to let you field that one as our representative Albertan here, but I think it's worth me underlining, even from several time zones away, I've noticed the fact that if you look at seat maps, Alberta's awfully blue. If you look at popular vote, Alberta is getting less conservative, and there is a growing number of Liberal voters, or at least progressive voters, using that term loosely, in Alberta. Sooner or later, especially in urban areas, they're going to start winning seats.
Yeah, but people have been saying that about Alberta for, at least as long as I've been here. So it doesn't seem to be happening. And I think that that's because Alberta votes along its sort of cultural/economic interest, and it's not always easy to extricate these two things. I've always said that Alberta isn't really a conservative province, it's a populist province. And I think that that assessment has generally held. This is a province that, if you actually want to ask questions about its conservative values, sure, people will parrot what they think the conservative values are. But if you look at the way that it spends money, you look at the way it behaves, it's much more aligned with a kind of what has been associated with a cultural conservative now than an ideological conservative. So, As long as people in Alberta feel like the rest of the country is treating the province like a cash cow that you could take money from and then shit all over because of the source of the money being oil, there will continue to be this sense of grievance that is
That was a
perpetuated
good little
over
subtitle
generations.
there. The money being oil.
The money being oil. Yeah, exactly. Like, look, you can't shit on Alberta for producing oil and then take the money that Alberta produces. I mean, Trevor Toombs done analyses on this that you know over the last what I think since 2007. I'm going to pull up the numbers completely off the top of my head, and I'm 2 drinks in, so please correct me if this is wrong. But it's hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars over the last 20 years have gone out of Alberta more than through income taxes than the province has received back in services and transfers. Like we are a huge surplus provider of funds for the function of Confederation. And that's fine because like we've got the oil, we've got the high economic productivity. That's awesome. But then you can't just shit on Alberta and be like, yeah, your dirty oil can't come through our province while you're still taking the money. Like that is the inherent tension and contradiction of Confederation. And it's one of the shatter points upon which a hostile America will lean in order to turn the country against itself. Gosh, the CTV website is not as good as the CBC one. It must be said. So I'm just looking at Calgary right now, Calgary Center, and yeah, just Calgary Center looks like it's going Liberal, which is interesting but not a particularly shocking result. And also, come on. Looks like we've
Honestly,
got
Dan,
two
if you get much
Liberal.
more fired up on the fiscal imbalance thing, I think I am going to ask you to go back to explaining standard distribution.
Wait for another drink, and then I'll start pulling out my graphics. We're going to get my husband up here. He's going to start talking about stats.
Can I just say, like, obviously, shout out to James, who's behind the scenes producing this. But guys, we got fucking graphics now.
Isn't that we're so professional?
Check that out.
Look at us.
Boom.
Look at us. Also, James put in our supers stare at the abyss in our subtitles, which I really appreciated. That was on point, James. Well done. Well done.
I'm inside the CMS, so I can't see that, but that's good.
It was really good. It was excellent.
What do you want to do, Jen? Do you want to take questions? Oh, the Liberals are bouncing back a bit. We must be getting to the point of the evening where we have ridings that are 10 or 12 votes apart, flipping back and forth.
Yeah, I think that's probably what's happening. Now, remember, we also should probably have a conversation about vote efficiency here. This is one of the things that very controversially after the 2021 election, Jerry Butts, who was Trudeau's former chief of staff, really praised the party.
Katie Telford was chief of staff. Jerry was principal
correct.
secretary.
I thank you for correcting me. But the Liberals run a minority government with 32% of the vote, where the Conservatives actually got 33%. And one of the reasons why that was possible, of course, is that in a first past the post system, the Liberals were able to engage in something called vote efficiency, which meant that their votes were more efficiently placed around the country so that they could gain more seats with a smaller overall total of the popular vote. By that we mean, like, look, you can have a higher percentage of the popular vote, but if it's all centralized, if it's all centered in rural Alberta, well, you still only get the same number of seats. There's a diminishing returns curve on the seat popular vote totals. And Jerry Butts just praised this. He was just like, wow, like good on the Liberals for engaging in this like maximum vote efficiency. And many of the pundits, I believe Colby Kosh and Chris Selly and myself among them, was like, my dude, like, yeah, you got ahead on vote efficiency, but that just means that the coalition and the governing coalition that you are depending upon to build your base is extraordinarily fragile. It means that a couple hundred votes in a couple of ridings totally changes the outcome of the election. That means that you're horrifically vulnerable going into the next election, but it also means that if you're trying to govern a country for 100 people in the 905, right? If that's who you're governing toward, you're going to have a real hard time governing for the country as a whole. That's not a unity government at that point.
They're great guys.
Yeah, well, the best people, I know. And that prediction, I think, is more or less proved prescient. Um, the Liberal government, especially over the last few years, really hasn't been a government for Canada. It's been a government for the few thousand people who, if they think we're going to decide the next election. And any future government, whether or not it's conservative or liberal, can't govern to vote efficiency. They have to govern for the country that they actually are elected to serve. Otherwise, we will run into these sort of national unity problems.
Well, a conservative, after the 2021 election, a conservative friend of mine, I had a peek at some stuff I shouldn't have seen. Stuff that is not intended for national columnists. One of the things basically was exactly this argument, which was if you make a 1% swing from liberals to conservative, and we assume it's clean. We assume that liberals lose 1% and it doesn't go a little bit to the NDP, a little bit to the Greens. We assume it's a 1% move. Something like 15 to 30 seats would have gone liberal to conservative. Because if it's a clean move, that's a 2-point game. That means the liberals lose a point and you gain a point for a 2-point spread. If it was a 2-point move, we have Aaron O'Toole's a strong minority government. If it's a 3-point move, it's a conservative majority. A large number of ridings, and I remember writing this before, and it's trying to pacify angry Westerners, which over my career has occupied a disproportionate amount of my time.
Well, yeah, but most of that's just been me, Matt. So,
There have been a few others, but yes, you're a lion's share. I think Westerners would be shocked how many conservatives there are in Ontario, or at least conservative voters. Like I think it was, I don't remember if it was the 2021 or 2019 election, but like more Ontarians voted conservative than Westerners. Now that reflects obviously the population differential. Vote's just not efficient. Conservatives would do way better off winning 20 Western Canadian ridings with 65% instead of 98%. Yep. And winning a handful of those 905 ridings. But fuck it, what are you going to do?
Well, and also if you want to talk about vote efficiency,
I don't.
That vote efficiency, now this particular election result, what we're starting to see is that vote efficiency is far less efficient. So here we have the Liberals winning 44% of the vote, according to the Elections Canada website, and only 156 seats, where the Conservatives have 41% of the vote and 144. So they're like less than 10 seats apart, but they are 3% off in the polls, and the Conservatives are actually 3% behind the Liberals here in the popular vote. So that suggests me that Liberals are, of course, still ahead of the Conservatives. It's not enough to get the Conservatives the win, but the Conservative vote here is actually much more efficient than it was in the previous race, and the Liberals, even though they have a much higher seat total, are much less efficient with it. So that's maybe a silver lining. It's thin. It's
yeah,
thin.
a lot of silver linings here. I feel blessed.
You feel blessed.
I do.
Everything's great.
Okay, Kelly.
Everything's going great.
Question from Kelly. Kelly's a long-standing friend of the line. Shout out, Kelly. Given the relative power of Atlantic and Central Canadian voting results, do especially liberal comms people and their traditional social media proxies attempt to suppress voter turnout in the West and the Pacific? Sorry, my screen scrolled there. Give me a second. Do they attempt to suppress voter turnout in the Pacific, in the West and Pacific time zones by carpet bombing the message that the election is already over? Kelly, I don't think they do it deliberately. It might happen, but Jen, this is going to get me in trouble. So can I do what I do sometimes and front load this by reminding our Western viewers that I love them?
If you think it will help.
You know what? Weirdly, it does. I have found that Western Canada, I love you. We don't do it deliberately because we don't think about you guys.
Is that better?
No, it's much worse. That's why I front loaded it with an I love you. The coverage out of our Toronto bunkers to influence results in the West would never occur to us. That's a problem, I know, which is why I really wanted to lean heavy on the love. But no, there's no deliberate coordination there. I understand it might have an effect of suppressing the vote in the West, but it's not deliberate. That would require us to be way more thoughtful and attentive than we actually are.
I would like us to stop reporting polls before all the polls in all of the country have closed. It is, if no other reason, and this I will say this is someone who grew up in BC. My parents used to bitch about this all the time. So this is a long-standing complaint, but it is disrespectful to start announcing results before your fellow countrymen have had their opportunity to cast their ballots.
I have no problem with that. I would be fine with some media blackout.
Yes, I think
fine.
there should be a media blackout and on all results until all polls across the country have closed. And the second you can start counting the ballots, the second the polls close in Atlantic, Canada, start counting, and then the second that the polls close in BC, then you can start releasing.
I agree. Yeah, and that'd be fine. Also, look, I'm pretty notoriously down on Canadian state capacity these days. I think that's well understood. Many other advanced democracies have no problem doing multi-day voting. And they're not reporting real-time results in the middle of it. So if we wanted to switch to a 3-day election, get rid of advanced voting, and or maybe people can do advanced mail-in voting, whatever. I'm pretty relaxed about how broad the right to exercise the franchise should be. Obviously, we should err for maximal representation. But if we want to go to 2 or 3 day voting windows and then just announce all the results at the end, I'm okay with that. Other countries do this shit. Anyway, sorry, I'm going to go on an other countries do this shit rant, and nobody needs that. All right, James, do me a favor, buddy. Don't send any more questions. We'll get caught up later. The problem is every time you send one, it's rebooting the window down to the bottom. So I'm gonna keep losing where I am. James, we'll get more questions in a minute.
Sorry, I'm like inadvertently abyss staring now. Just
yeah, no, I wasn't gonna bring it up, but yeah.
Okay.
Foreign asks, is Canada, in your opinion, an artificial country? If the answer is no, what defines Canada's identity other than not being the U.S.? If the answer is yes, what can be done to promote a distinct Canadian identity? It's an interesting question, Fern, but honestly, I don't know what separates an artificial country from
a real country.
A real country? Like, you could say it would be something like nationalism? Like, like French people in Europe largely conform to the borders of France. We're taking a trip to Europe this summer, and guess what? The Portuguese-speaking people mostly are in Portugal. So there are coherent national boundaries. I get it. But Canada is no more or less artificial than other similar large continent-spanning federations. And there's not that many of them. But to the bigger question of how do we foster Canadian national identity? Well, hang on. I'm going to go click on CTV. How do we foster Canadian national identity? Well, for starters, we don't have 157 Liberals and 11 NDPers leading or elected. That would be a great start. Look, here I'm gonna get soapboxy just here for a minute. I wish Canadians knew their history. I'm a history major. I'm a history nerd. People who read a lot of my columns will see in my writing history. I love history. I live and breathe it. And if my life had gone a slightly different direction, I'd be a historian. I'd be poor, but I would have been.
But not by much.
Yeah, marginally. Canada's history is actually fascinating. And my old colleague and friend Conrad Black has written about this many, many times, written books about it. If you know your Canadian history, it is amazing. So I do think any national unity or national mythology, whatever we want to call it, starts with knowing who you are and where you come from. But in typical Canadian fashion, that raises awkward questions about English versus French versus Indigenous, and we just paper that over. And I wrote years and years ago, when I was a complete cub, I was just starting at the National Post. I was on the blog team, and the first time I ever got into print was with a blog that got repurposed into a print column. It basically made the point that Canadian history goes something like this. There were Indigenous people and they were peaceful, and then there were English people and French people, and we don't really talk about what happened next. And then there were Americans, and then we were a country, and then Vimy Ridge and the women had a right to vote, and then we became peacekeepers. That is the approved version of Canadian history. Our history sometimes sucks. There's some really dark chapters in it, but it's fascinating and it could unify us. We should give it a shot, maybe? Just saying. Jen, you want to weigh in on that, or should I grab another question?
Well, I'm just saying that if I don't get to talk about standard distributions, we're going to limit your conversations about Canadian history.
Hey, I self-limited. Someone else can go and time that, but that was like 1/5 the time you spent talking about standard.
I'm not even sure that's true, but look, I mean, artificial. The question of what makes a country real or artificial. I mean, all countries are kind of artificial, but what gives people the sense that a country is real is a story, right? So it's a shared national narrative, it's a sense of shared
the
destiny.
Plains of Abraham. I read about them.
Right. So it's a sense of shared history, a sense of shared purpose, and a sense of shared continuity with your neighbors, right? So, yeah, do we still buy into a shared Canadian story? Is an interesting question that we're going to have to address now. Thanks.
My sister just tweeted me a Star Trek meme, so I guess she's not watching the election, but I had to check it because anytime my sister texts me, it's either entertaining social media content or someone has died. So
That's fair.
Yeah, we stuck the landing on that one. We're on the right side of that equation tonight. If the Conservatives end up winning a plurality of the seats, what is the likelihood that Carney tries to pull a Dion and retains premiership with support of the Bloc and the NDP, assuming there is an NDP? That question's from Jacob. Jacob, that must have been a while ago now, because I think it's pretty clear that that is not going to be what ends up happening. But what in that scenario, what is the likelihood? 100%. That would be a 100% likelihood.
Yeah.
And I think it would be successful, at least for a while. Chris says, Jen, and this is a little, I'm sorry, folks, I'm crunching through my way through the question as quick as I can. Singh may yet end up with the balance of power in a liberal minority again. This may be poetic justice for every single Canadian party leader. Chris, that's not a question, but I actually do want to respond to it, because let me grab the CTV feed right now.
I don't think Singh doesn't have the numbers.
Well, check this out, Jen.
Well,
the
Liberals plus the NDP at this point is 165.
Okay, but there's a more interesting number, and there is one seat that is not yet reported. Liberal 154, Conservatives 152.
So, like, the actual results are tightening.
But in a way that still
oh my god,
promotes chaos. Yeah.
Oh my god, 154, 152.
Jen, calm down. It's okay. It's fine. We're fine. We're gonna get through this.
Oh my god.
Everyone else is right now. If you've seen The Abyss, the James Cameron movie from the 80s, this is the scene where Ed Harris is pounding on the woman's chest, going, "Fight! God damn it!" This is me trying to bring Jen back.
You have to be so hard. Why?
No, you know what? This is fine. This is good. This is what we wanted.
This is great. This is what we wanted. What
right
we deserve.
Now, where we're standing, every leader has good news and bad news. Oh, and the three major ones. Good news for the Liberals is that they've come back from being at 12-seat wipeout, and it looks like they're going to have the plurality. Good news for the Conservatives is that they're competitive. Good news for the NDP is that they have or near to official party status. The flip side, of course, is that all these guys got bad news. The Liberals rolled the dice and came up short of a majority. The Conservatives were cruising for 230 seats, and now they're at 151. And the NDP, well, they're good. Their bad news is the same as their good news, which is they're flirting with official party status.
Matt,
yes,
if the Conservatives form an alliance with the Bloc,
As of right now, they would clear the majority bar by 4 seats.
So, like, the Libs are going to get first crack at a majority because they're the incumbent party,
Incumbent.
and they have more seats.
They don't have the progressive votes to do it. There's not enough NDP or Green.
But there's not enough
NDP
or Green. There's not enough NDP or Green. So the Libs are going to have to get the bloc on board for confidence motions and for the throne speech. And the Libs can't get the bloc on board. The Conservatives will be given a chance to form government with the Conservatives in the bloc with the numbers the way they're pulling out right now. So great.
I need another beer.
And that's after a fairly significant decline in bloc support. So the bloc is probably losing 5 to 10 seats, but now leaning on 7. So,
Want to know something funny though? Looking at these numbers, as of right now, using the CTV site because I know CBC's been having problems.
Yep. Well, I did praise them, so I take personal responsibility for that.
I am looking at career salvation for Pierre Poilievre.
They can't up him now. They can't get rid of him in this scenario.
If these numbers hold,
they can't get rid of Pierre in this scenario. This is maximum chaos. This is incredible.
Jen, can I trust you with the live stream long enough for me to go get a drink?
Okay, but you're going to have to give me a question, preferably something involving statistics to answer.
Gonna go scroll the question box.
Yeah, okay.
Let's see. You know what, Jen? This is not a statistics question, but this one's right up your alley. This is going to give you all the time you need for me to go grab a drink. This is from Susan. Question not addressed to Jen, but perfect for Jen. Jen, what do you think is going to happen in Alberta? And do any Liberals elected in Alberta go into the cabinet? And with that, I need a minute. I'll be right back. Jen, you have the con.
Yes, I think that all the Liberals who were elected in Alberta will go into cabinet. That's generally been tradition. If you look at like George DeHaul or Randy Boissonnault, generally speaking, a cabinet needs to be, especially in a regionally diverse place like Canada, the cabinet needs to be comprised of a lot of different people from a lot of different places. So because there are so few members of parliament who are elected from Alberta, generally speaking, yes, anybody who is elected in Alberta as a Liberal, firstly, has paid their dues, because being elected as a Liberal in Alberta is a pretty tough row to hoe. But generally speaking, yes, also they will almost always wind up getting into cabinet unless they are particularly useless, which does happen to a few of them. Secondly, what's going to happen in Alberta? Shit, man, I don't know what's going to happen next week. So I don't really want to be making Alberta predictions. I only see potential risks and downsides in Alberta right now. I also can't rule out the possibility that we are going to have a mature, reasonable, grounded version of a Mark Carney come to Alberta and say, like, look, we need to be operating on Team Canada. Danielle, you've been playing good cop with the Americans, so let's get you on board. What do we have to do to make sure that Alberta's back in the fold? And, some reasonable concessions, like maybe the emissions cap gets lifted. Maybe Carney supports an energy corridor pathway, something like that. Like, there are reasonable things that Carney could do that I don't think would damage his coalition necessarily. If it is going to be a bloc holding the balance of powers, it appears that it's going to be, a pipeline's not going to get its way through Quebec. Fine, but maybe we can get a pipeline through to Ontario and then from there into the Great Lakes. Or maybe we can talk about a pipeline through the Northern Gateway Revival or something of that nature. So there are ways that I think that definitely that Alberta and sort of a Liberal minority government could work together in a cooperative fashion. Will it be enough? I don't know. My darker, less optimistic scenario is that the plans to hold some kind of referendum are basically already afoot, and that we're just on that particular glide path already. And this will only continue that glide path and accelerate it. So Yeah. So the New York Times has declared Carney the winner, but with no disrespect to the New York Times, New York Times is not like. Look, I'm just going to say it right out loud. Americans don't really understand Canadian parliamentary politics.
Martina's pretty
So
good.
no, Martina's actually excellent, but like Americans generally don't understand American Canadian. This is not a knock on any specific reporter in Canada who generally does know their shit, but I mean like Americans aren't very good at understanding our system. So
So
it's
I
not
leave for like a minute and I come back, and the first question I see in the chat is, does Carney have the balls to make it happen? Which terrifies me because I have no idea what Jen has been saying for the last 90 seconds.
I basically saying like there's a timeline here, an optimistic Jen Gerson timeline where Mark Carney actually does find ways to work with Alberta in a really collaborative and cooperative way. I can see that. I absolutely can see that possibility. I don't know. But that being said, we're also hearing some interesting drama that's happening in Pierre Poilievre's own riding.
He is down, but there's no polls reporting yet. Like, let's wait another half hour.
Let's calm ourselves down and have another drink.
Yeah. Well, hey. Oh, speaking of which, first of all, everybody, welcome. How long have we been going? We've been going 2 hours
2.5
now, just
hours,
shy
man.
of that.
Yeah.
Shout out everybody. We did not seek any sponsors for this. We didn't have time. So if you're enjoying what we're doing, go to readtheline.ca, go to the main post for this, throw a few bucks at us with the donate button, which I have fixed. Also sign up, like, subscribe, share, etc., etc. Just a quick recap, Jen, for everyone joining us around the 2 hour mark, and weirdly 2 hours into this, we have grown by 40% instead of shrinking. So everybody's coming out. Jen is struggling with a cold, but she's doing great. She's really hanging in there. I partially separated my shoulder this morning, but got to pop back in. So I'm feeling great. Everything's going really well here. As I was tweeting earlier, I have for this evening, shout out to Leaside Pub, my local favorite. I'm dining on their nachos. I am snacking on store brand made in Canada potato chips. And I bought 6 beers for tonight. I don't know if I'm going to drink them all. I'm opening my third now. I've gone with a Western Alliance theme. This is a Civic. I don't know if I pronounced it correctly. It is from Poland. Shout out friends in Poland. NATO forever. Jen, what are you drinking?
I'm still on my Mijito.
What did you have for dinner?
I can't remember, Matt.
Okay. All right. Let's take a question.
So can I say, like, it's kind of possible that we're not going to really know the outcome of this election until it's tested in the House.
Yeah.
Does anybody need like a Civics 101 on this?
No.
Okay.
No, look, we're going to need to run some scenarios here, but look, we'll just keep it simple. As of right now, it was glancing. The only possible stable parliament right now would be Conservatives plus Bloc or Bloc plus Liberals.
Yeah.
Now that might change, but it might not.
Also, I mean, the Liberals the Bloc will try their hand at the Liberals first because the Liberals are the incumbent. But like, I don't think that it's guaranteed that the Blocs wouldn't throw the Bloc wouldn't throw its support behind the Conservatives.
I actually think the more interesting issue would be, can someone drop into the chat for me, please? What's official party status? It's 12, right?
Uh-huh.
And also, first of all, in the chat, stop encouraging Jen's civics lessons. No. Someone please just tell me what official party.
Hey, you know what? If people want drunken civics lessons, I'm fine with that.
No.
Don't give the people what they want.
That is not my philosophy. I give the people what I want. Thank you. 12 seats. All right. So right now, here's the wild card in figuring out the electoral possible combinations here. Right now, the Liberals and the NDP and the Greens combined are not enough. And if the NDP come in under official party status, how eager are they going to be in any circumstance to go to the polls? Singh right now is losing his own riding. It's not even close. You'll have an NDP that lacks official party status. Now, I don't know if they're going to have the firepower in the House to stop a government from falling, but come tomorrow morning, I do not think we're going to have an NDP party that is in a particularly scrappy mood.
I think we're going to be back at the polls by the end of the year, everybody.
Hey, if we're all having a good time, we'll just do another live stream. I would like to ask,
This
first
is
of all,
going to be a mulligan, man. It's going to be a mulligan.
again, I've already given Lee Side Pub a shout out. I love them. I love the food. But I would have felt better getting pizza on election night because of newspaper tradition. But my favorite local pizza place was closed. If we just keep having elections, sooner or later, they will not all be on a Monday. Conspiracy
Don't they-
Pizza on Eglinton Avenue might be open.
Don't they have to be on a Monday?
I don't know. It's a good question, actually.
I think they have to be on a Monday.
All right. Questions. This is from Gavin, another longtime friend of the line. Will Carney continue with Trudeau's policies and ministers and backroom gang or chart his own course?
Oh, Christ, I hope he won't. I mean,
honestly, if it's a minority, he's going to have to.
No, he doesn't have to keep the staff. He doesn't have to keep the staff.
No, and some of the PMO staff has already changed.
Yeah, so he can change course on the staff. Katie Telford, bless her soul, has been in that role, chief of staff position, longer than any human alive ever.
She's gone already. Marco Mendocino is in the job now, which.
So, I just assumed that was a temporary thing because I think everyone understood that Marco Mendocino was going to run for a mayoral position. So, he wasn't going to stick in that job. Was the rumor anyway? I don't know if that's true, but anyway.
Here's to Poland.
Here's to Poland. Mark. It's who is Mark Carney going to pick as his chief of staff? I'm hoping he brings someone in from way outside, like way outside left field. The role that Jerry Butts is going to play in this election is this government, if any at all, is going to be interesting. And I think he's got to shuffle the cabinet.
Jerry's a hero right now. Liberals should be putting Jerry on their shoulders and parading him through the streets.
It's also possible.
And Andrew as well at the top of the campaign. A year ago, we were thinking, what will be the last 12 Liberal seats? Right now, they got 159 leading or elected.
All right, so it's also possible that a lot of the Trudeau government really went to pot when Jerry left. You could make that argument. And you can make the argument that Jerry's actually run a good campaign here and that he deserves another kick at the can in some role in the PMO. You can also look, Carney could also shuffle cabinet. He could bring some of his more competent ministers and shuffle them in. He can take some of his less competent ministers, demote them, and shuffle them out. I don't think he's going to be dealing with a surplus of talent because I don't see a lot of new names here. But who knows? I mean, the other problem too is that under the previous Liberal government, a lot of talent got overlooked for a really long time. Right? So, yeah. If Mark Carney wants to have any hope of actually governing the country effectively, he's going to need to bring in new people. Either in a war cabinet capacity, a staff capacity, and a shuffle capacity, and probably all three. So, yeah. And also, the other thing I would say is it's possible that Carney is a recognition by the party that 2015 is over, that era of politics is over, the Trudeau era is over, and they have to shift gears in a really radical way.
That was my column though on Sunday, right? That was my last.
I know, and I'm playing devil's advocate against your column here.
Any moment. The interesting question to me, and I'm going to keep this as grounded and down to earth as possible. The interesting question to me is when should the Liberals have realized that sunny ways were over? And I don't mean as a slogan or as political messaging. I just mean as the lived reality of Canadians.
Yeah, that whole era was done by 2018.
Well, for the Liberals, it was politically, but in 2019, our lives were still pretty good.
Yeah, until
Like,
COVID.
we didn't
Until
have a
COVID.
death plague and wars in Europe and the Middle East and a hostile United States. So I think
Yeah,
COVID hit.
but we were what 3 years into a Trump presidency. That should have been a real big warning flag that things were changing.
To me, the party should have been recognized as being over when Russia went into Ukraine again. Because by
Okay.
that point, we had ourselves a plague, a convoy, and now a war. 1, 2, 3. That's a hat trick. That's a hockey term, Jen. That should have been
No, I
enough.
know.
Just checking. That should have been enough in Ottawa for them to have realized that a pivot was on, and it wasn't. Maybe Carney personally is invested in that worldview. I know that some Liberals are. I've talked to some of them. But for 3 years, the party drifted. And I don't see Carney fixing that. So, anyway.
Yeah, I mean the party's real gone broke. Real done broke. Real done broke itself. The party's and part of the reason why I always thought that there was a good chance that Trudeau was a dead cat bounce was because essentially the inner workings of the party had degraded to such a point that the entire apparatus had devolved into a cult of personality. So this is why I thought get rid of the personality and the cult starts to unwind itself. I didn't rule in the possibility that you could just substitute a new personality and things would roll forward and roll on. That said, and again, I'm playing devil's advocate here. I'm speaking well, obviously, because we're almost 3 hours in and I've had 2 drinks. But if I'm playing devil's advocate here, leadership matters. And I don't think anyone, even the most ardent hater of the Liberal Party, would dispute that Carney is an improvement on Trudeau. Just from a sheer individual stature, competency, even ethics position. I just think that that is a step up for the Liberal Party.
I spilled salsa on my floor.
Well, shit. That's just the country in a nutshell. That's just a metaphor for where we're at.
This is how the line differentiates itself from our traditional broadcast partners. CBC, CTV, Global, the French language press. Not a one of them has had a salsa incident since the polls closed. So support the line. Chaos update as of right now, leading and elected with all ridings reporting the Liberals and NDP combined are at 172, which is where they need to be for majority, but they would need to take that poor lonely Green and make them the speaker.
Hope no one gets hurt.
I do have a dog. The dog is upstairs. Sorry, I'm responding to the chat. If Jen thought I was responding to her, that would have been very weird. Someone in the chat said, you need a dog. I have a dog. The dog ain't invited to the live streams. We don't need that. Questions? All right. Let's take a peek.
Okay, here's my real question. If the Liberals and the NDP manage to squeak out 172 seats, exactly the barest minimum for a majority, can they get rid of Singh?
James, if you're listening, can you pull up Burnaby? I don't think they're going to have to get rid of Singh. I think the Burnaby voters are getting rid of Singh.
Well, somebody is going to have to lead the NDP in this hypothetical scenario here. Negotiate a CASA. Right? Like they're actually going to need leadership
There's
here.
Burnaby. They're going to need an interim leader. I mean, and sorry, my middle-aged eyes here. I got to go off screen for a second. I got to bunt. I got to make that bigger. Yeah, Singh ain't going to be. I just blew up the text so I could read that on my little preview window. NDP does not have a Singh problem starting tomorrow morning.
Well, that doesn't mean he doesn't lead the party, though.
I mean,
also, let's not get too ahead of ourselves here,
kinda.
because they're only elected in right now as in 110 ridings for the Liberals, elected in 105, elected for the Bloc 18, and then leading for the Liberals in 51, leading for the Conservatives 43, leading for the Bloc 5. So, like, these numbers are still going to shift on us.
Oh yeah, no, we've got hours of fun.
Like, we've got
still ahead of us.
we've got
And
hours of
weirdly,
this ahead of us.
I don't know what's wrong with all of you people, and I say that with love and admiration, but like more and more of you are joining all the time. So this night's just getting started.
I need my husband to bring me another drink on the edge of a hockey stick.
That was good.
That was excellent. I'm going to text him right now and let him
That
know.
was good Canadian content.
I need
questions. Sandra wants to know, why do you think the PPC isn't more popular? That's an interesting question. It's not why they're succeeding, it's why they're not more popular. I think Canadians are reluctant to support new parties. It would be interesting. We should maybe get one of our polling nerd friends, again, said with love and affection, to put together some kind of a panel where they show voters random policy proposals from all the parties and just get them to rate them. I wonder how the PPC would benefit. I suspect they'd go up. I'm not saying I'd vote for them, but I suspect their policies would be more popular than the party. But in general, I mean, Sandra, to your question, I mean, if this election is the story of anything, it is that this is the conservative liberal election. Let me go, give me a second here, Jen. Let me click off back to the CTV feed here.
Can I also just say, like, if you're on the sort of the
popular vote, the Liberals are ahead, but God, it's close. We're looking. This is an election where, as of right now, almost 85% of the voters have voted for two parties.
Yeah. So, I mean, the other thing I would say about the PPC specifically is, a lot of conservatives, a lot of people who are sort of culturally, we got another, another drink has been dropped off by the hockey stick. I'm the best husband.
First of all, he is the best. Secondly,
he's so good. Don't you wish you had him as a husband? Like, come on. Behind every successful woman, I think we're
going to slow Jen down after this one.
Behind every successful woman is an awesome
man with a beer on a hockey stick.
Exactly.
So all I'm saying is I got a great wife too, but I got a 2-hour time zone disadvantage here. She went to bed a long time ago.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay, so what was I talking about? The PPC? Oh, okay. So look, if you're on the conservative side, and I hesitate to use terms like far right because that has implications and associations that I'm not trying to necessarily bring into the picture here. Or it can have implications for some people. But, if you were kind of like soft supportive of Trump because you were like, the left's out of line, the woke's gone crazy, I'm a Canadian, but I'm soft supportive of Trump because of that. Or even if you were in America and you were kind of soft supportive of Trump thinking, well, he's a businessman, he's going to fix the economy, I think that we've got a raw deal in trade, whatever it was, right? I think that you probably elected a shit poster, but not an arsonist. Or you thought you were electing a shit poster, not an arsonist. You thought you were electing someone who was just like going to shake things up and say crazy things on Truth Social and cry lib, right? And then you realize that what some people realized was that no, Trump's not just a shit poster. He's an arsonist. He actually wants to blow up the institutions, not reform them. And I think that realization has shook some conservatives here in Canada. Not a lot, because I don't think there were ever a lot who were like really strong pro-Trump anyway. But one of the really interesting things about the polling that came out after Trump was elected is that after Trump was elected, sort of in November, there was a little bit of an uptick in the polls for the conservatives that really peaked sort of till the end of December, no, sort of about mid January, about the time till Trump gets inaugurated, and then it starts to dramatically tick down. And what happens in between January and November and January was that you kind of had this kind of post-Trump sugar high where you got to be like, haha, the conservatives are on the rise, the conservative movement's on the march, blah, 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 blah. And then that sugar high had to hit face first against the reality of Trump governance, right? And now all of a sudden you had a guy who was willing to tank the stock market, willing to play pump and dump with stock market bullshit, willing to engage in corrupt practices and self-dealing on Bitcoin and any other thing, literally creating black sites in El Salvador for illegal migrants and deporting them off without due process or proving who they are. You have as it pertained to Canada in particular, you had a version of Donald Trump that was actually actively threatening our sovereignty and economic well-being, right? In order to pursue his own strategic military ends. And all of a sudden the sugar high of this kind of wears off real quick. You start to realize, holy shit, this guy's not just a shit poster, he's an arsonist. That's the kind of moment. And then that's the moment, I think, when the polls start to tick down against the conservatives. And is it a dramatic tick down? No, it's maybe only like a 5 or a 6% tick down. But 5 or 6% wins or loses the election. Right?
Hey, we were talking earlier about vote efficiency, 2%.
Yeah, 2% wins the election. Like you don't
2% wins
need
an election and 3% makes a majority.
You don't need, half your coalition to suddenly have a change of heart to fundamentally shift the numbers and the strategic environment that you're in. You just don't. So, I don't know. I don't know what question I was responding to there.
Doesn't matter. You did great. All right.
Looks like Elizabeth May is giving her speech.
I'm really sorry to miss that, but we're going to have to
Elizabeth May
continue
kept
with the
her
live
seat.
stream.
The Green Party rides again, Matt. You're not even going to get that. They're even going to take that away from you.
You know what? I've had so much taken from me. Fuck it. Sir asks, thoughts on BC apparent collapse? Sir, I feel like this is one we've actually kind of covered earlier in the live stream, so we're just working our way through the questions here. Like I said already, buddy, and for listeners or viewers who have joined us later, I think the Quebecois have figured it out, that whatever hope they have for a special deal is within a Canadian federation. So to be a separatist party at a moment when the Quebec separatists are going, you know what, we're actually probably better off in this federation. Not a great place for them to be. Rich asks, is there anyone in the con camp who is a potential Stanfield type? Not the party would go for him or her, but for funsies, does anyone come to mind? Rich, I mean, yeah, it's a diverse conservative coalition in this country. You would find easily Maritimers or Ontarians or maybe even Anglo-Montrealers or Francophone Montrealers who would be nominally conservative and would be broadly centrist in their leanings, right? The question is whether or not they're going to go for it. I don't know. We're going to find out tomorrow if Pierre Poilievre has a job.
He's going to have a job. They're not going to be able to get rid of him now.
As of right now, he's behind in his own riding, but I expect that's a polling station artifact, not an outcome. But we'll see. That's something we'll keep an eye on.
I think there were sort of also a lot of artificial protests happening in Carleton, an attempt to sort of jimmy the election.
Names on the ballot.
Yeah, exactly. There was an attempt to sort of put a whole bunch of names on the ballot in order to sort of dilute Pierre's chances.
John, sorry, go ahead.
Anyway, personally, I find that to be sort of a stupid and egregious attempt at protest, but fine, you do you.
John Matthew asks, is tonight the end of the Green Party? John Matthew.
Would that it would be so.
This is not the good timeline.
We're in the bad place.
Roy. Roy says hello from the Vote Rich 905.
Thank you. Hello, Vote Rich 905. You're on the line.
All right.
Drink.
Do you think we will ever see electoral reform that better reflects proportional representation? It bothers me that almost 50%. Is Jen already saying no?
No.
Yep. Okay. You know what, Roy? No.
No.
Denny asks, I have friends on the right hearing that this liberal win will start a constitutional crisis. I don't think it will. What are your thoughts? I don't think it's going to cause a constitutional crisis, but it could cause a series of other crises, unity and or succession within the Conservative Party.
Yeah, just ordinary crises, not constitutional ones. I mean, I don't think there's any particular... The Constitution lays out what happens here pretty clearly. There's no real dispute about how power is allocated in this kind of fuckety situation. So I don't think a constitutional crisis is the correct answer here.
Sorry, Jen. I know I'd said earlier we would only take questions from paid subscribers left at readtheline.ca, but someone did put into the main chat, and I feel obliged to ask, is Jen okay?
I'm on my third drink.
For Jen, that's a lot. So for the record, folks,
I don't drink a lot.
Jen and I have had the same amount to drink.
Yes, but you're like twice my size and body mass.
And I drink more than you do. Yeah.
Yes. I'm a small female. Well, not that small, but like...
No, you were petite and svelte.
I feel no shame here.
You're doing great. Everything's fine.
The abyss staring quotient to sort of rant and civics lessons quotient just starting to get high.
Yeah. Mark has a question, though, Jen, that I think might get you back on track.
Okay, here.
Why does the NDP perform well provincially but not federally? And that is a great question. I don't have an answer to it.
Because they're different parties. The federal parties and the provincial parties are not the same parties. I mean, they do share talent and they do share sort of outlooks, but I mean, the provincial NDP in Alberta is not the same thing as the federal NDP. They're cousins, but they're not children.
Someone has put into the chat, and I agree, that Jen needs some nachos.
I had lots of pizza.
Alex, I don't know if you can get pizza on a hockey stick, but it might be a good time for a quick top up on the strategic pizza reserve.
I'm not asking for pizza, but if you want to text Alex to bring me pizza, we'll see if that gets a response for us.
Given how responsive he's been to everything we're saying, I suspect you'll get pizza real soon.
He loves me a lot.
Mm-hmm. Yes, he does. It's a beautiful thing.
He's the only one.
No. It's a short list, but it's a great list. Small but mighty.
Best list. Amazing list.
George, it seems like boomers have held their political sway for another election cycle. When do you think they'll finally shuffle off the scene, or do you think Gen X and older millennials will just pick up the baton as defenders of the status quo? Oh, George, that's a fantastic question. I love that question.
It really is the question, isn't it?
Yeah. The question, fundamentally, the issue is whether or not the boomers are unique as a generation, or if there's just a large group of people who happen to all be getting old at the same time, and if old voters will always vote the same way. For what it's worth, I tend to think, so Jen, I'm 40, I'm 42, you're 40.
Mm-hmm.
And
I'll be 41 in 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm. Don't look a day over 30.
That's a lie.
For a good cause. We're still too young to know if we'll turn that way. I don't know. I mean, my shoulder did randomly fall out of its socket today, so I'm not as young as I used to be. Can I just say for the record, by the way, when we did our editorial meeting at 12:30 today, when I had an arm that would not go into its socket properly, I think I did great.
You were a hero.
I handled that meeting like a pro.
Mm-hmm.
And then I went to a clinic and had it put back in, and now I feel great.
Congratulations on getting into a clinic.
The private clinics you can always get into. I think there is nothing particularly unique about the boomer generation. I think we will all become that way as we age.
We're all going to become what way as we age? Like, define this. Define our terms here.
Yeah, we talked about this in the Lime podcast on Friday, and then we were riffing off Gregory Jack, our friend from Ipsos, who had written a column for us next week. And by the way, Gregory is my guest tomorrow on the Line. So On the Line is going to be released a day later than normal this week, just because we didn't want to record it today when we didn't know what was going to happen. We're going to unpack the election in full, and you're going to get that podcast episode on Wednesday instead of Tuesday. Gregory made the point, he's bang on, that if you are 65, 45, and 25, you're all voting in your future best interests. But one of you has a 50-year time horizon, one of you has a 40-year time horizon, and one of you has a 20-year time horizon. I do not blame the boomers for valuing the stability of their golden years. Their investments, their house value, their health care. I get it. That's very, very human. But at a certain point, voting against your immediate self-interest might be in your long-term self-interest. And to the boomers who are going, well, I'm only going to be here another 20, 25 years. Do you have any fucking idea how much things have changed the last 3 months? If you live another 25 years, you are going to have 100 more cycles equal to the last 3 months. I don't know if that's a threat or a promise at this point, but that's the math. I think it's the math. I'm holding up better than Jen, but I've also had 3 pints of beer and I'm doing math on the fly. That may not end well for any of us.
I'm actually not sure that the boomers aren't a unique generation.
I'm not sure either, but I think all things being equal, human beings tend to act the same way.
I think that our generation, the X's and, the Xennials, I think that we have a real lesson to learn about what happens when your entire society is built around a kind of compulsive individualism. And the idea that it's all about you and the pursuit of your own. So Matt, you and I'm gonna repeat a conversation that you and I were having about a totally unrelated topic.
Before we go off on compulsive individualism, the Line exists because we both got tired of having a boss.
Look, I'm not saying you're not wrong. I'm not unaware of your correctness. But we also called it the Line and not Gerson and Gurneyville. There was a reason for that. All right. But I mean, you and I had this conversation.
It's a better Twitter handle.
Gerson and Gurneyville. It's terrible. It's just the worst. Look, the one thing that I think actually differentiates a lot of people who are progressive versus conservative, and I know this is going to sound really grim, but it's not, and that is, you and I were talking about this earlier today.
I'm glad it will only sound grim.
But the fundamental difference between conservative people and liberal people, generally speaking, is that conservatives understand that the goal of the exercise of life is not to be happy. Happiness is just a feeling that you feel, right? The goal of the exercise is to understand that you're a link in a chain of ideas, of family, of values, of those types of things. Whereas progressives seem to, I think, fall into the trap that the goal of the exercise is the pursuit of their own individual happiness, and then wind up trapped in a hedonic treadmill as a result of that, right? You're always pursuing the next thing that will give you that hit of happiness, and failing. So I think people who are generally more conservative, I'm not talking about partisan here. I'm talking about conservative in their mindset or more traditional in their mindset. People who are more conservative in their mindset have a tendency to understand that your happiness doesn't really matter that much. You just need to pursue something that's more important than you, a goal or a purpose that's higher than you. And in the pursuit of that goal, you often find what is meaningful and happy for you. And that people who are progressive tend to and again, I'm not talking about ideologically progressive or partisan progressive, but people who tend to be more sort of liberal and individualistic is perhaps a better way of putting it, a less loaded way of putting it. tend to be operating in this space. It's like, it's about me and my happiness. So I'm going to pursue the things that make me happy. I'm going to pursue travel. I'm going to pursue my career. I'm going to pursue my blah, 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 blah. My individual passions and pursuits as isolated from the society around me. And in the process, wind up finding that, or getting the sense that they're trapped on a treadmill of their life. And it's a weird, I think, dichotomy, and it's a weird tension that exists. I'm not saying this is universal or anything like that, but just generally speaking, it's different mindsets about what you approach to life and the expectations you come into life with, right? But wait, where was I going?
I don't know.
Where did I start?
You're talking about how the difference between conservatives and liberals is the valuation placed on happiness, whereas liberals.
Okay, so here's where I would apply this to generation. I think this applies really importantly to generations, right?
Alex, we could
Again,
use that pizza delivery.
Generally speaking, I'm not talking about individual boomers, because I know wonderful individual boomers, and I know terrible individual boomers, and I know wonderful individual millennials, and I know terrible individual millennials. So I don't make this judgment about individuals. I'm talking about collectives, right? People who are kind of that kind of boomer mindset have an individualistic mindset. It's the pursuit of their own ephemeral happiness. They kind of have this pursuit of this idea that, like, I'm here to make myself happy, right? And often fall short of that goal, because happiness, again, is just a feeling that comes and goes. It's not an ultimate thing you can attain. And I think that if there's one thing that people in our generation are learning from our elders, it's the moral and spiritual bereftness of that pursuit. Which brings me back to the original point of the question. I don't think that we're like our elders. I think that we're learning really important lessons about the importance of putting something more important than ourselves ahead of ourselves in the pursuit of something grander than ourselves. I hope that's what we're learning from this.
I think, Jen, all I'm going to say here is probably worth mentioning for the viewers that we have a federal election that's happening. As of right now, 162 liberals leading or elected, 149 conservative leading or elected, 8 NDP, 23 block, 1 green. What this means, sorry to throw a bunch of numbers at people, what this means right now is that there is effectively no coherent coalition other than block plus liberal. Because as of right now, conservatives and block only make it to 172.
Oh, perfect.
So Jen, I'm going to offer a very quick reply to your comments. I don't think I disagree with you. Like, I've never identified happiness as a personal life objective of mine. And don't worry, folks, I'm not about to go all mushy or self-indulgent here. My identified priorities in life have typically been security and stability. Happiness is a product of those things. If I achieve security and stability, I will be free enough of worry to be happy, because I will have no worries. But I don't pursue happiness for its own sake. I pursue security. But what I've said before, in terms of the difference between progressives and conservatives, and it's a story I've told before, but it never gets old. A couple of years ago, there was a big snowstorm in Toronto, and I live near 2 schools and a rehabilitation hospital for children. And a sidewalk that is used by moms pushing strollers and kids in wheelchairs was covered with snow. And it had been plowed, but then a municipal snowplow had gone down the street and it had collapsed a snowbank onto the sidewalk. That, again, is used by moms with strollers trying to get to school and kids in wheelchairs. And my neighbor and I each saw this. I went home and I grabbed my shovel and I started digging out that sidewalk. My neighbor went home and called the city. And we both felt good about ourselves that day, because neither of us are the kind of people who saw a problem and did nothing. But my instinct was to fix the problem myself and then go have a hot chocolate. My neighbor's instinct was to go call the city and ask for help. That, I think, is more the divide between the conservative-minded and the liberal-minded. I see problems, I either fix them or bypass them. Others see problems and form an action group to address them. I would never form an action group for anything.
Yes, but
Let's go
that's
back.
also going back to the other point where you and I are ungovernable and can't work in groups. So that also
Line
might be part of the
exists.
issue.
Right now, almost 8,000 people are here because you and I
Really?
are terrible employees.
That's shocking. Okay, so James, we are getting some complaints that people would like to see the actual election results instead of hearing me talk about
Come
ways
on,
to try to
James.
James,
James.
James, can you get us some
Ugh.
election results? There
Thank
we go. You're the
James.
best. Also, I want a funny super that's like Jen Gerson rants about the boomers or Jen Gerson rants about individualism or something like on
Yeah,
the
we
on
need
the
more of that.
we need more of that. Absolutely.
So here I am with
Um
my middle-aged eyes leaning into my computer to read that.
where are we at? Also, one of our somebody says that every time I leave here I come back and Jen is drunker and it's very funny. Yes, that's correct, sir.
Yeah. Look, Jen. I mean,
Look,
I'm
I'm
I'm just
actually
looking
really
at the numbers
impressed by
here.
how
That's a
well I'm
chaos scenario. There's no.
Look, I'm actually really impressed by how well I'm holding it together.
You're doing great.
I'm doing fantastic. Yeah, so
Mm.
is it still maximum chaos?
Yep.
Yep. Yep. Yep. You know that things are bad because everybody's website's down because it's not just Canadians check. This is the first time in our history, Matt, the first time in our lifetime when it's not just Canadians like glued to the results. Nobody else in the world is as into our politics right now as they are right now. Like people from around the world are locked in because this is wild. It's wild.
James, can you throw up a Greater Toronto map?
Mm-hmm. Wow, this is gonna be a mess.
Sorry, folks.
You
I'm
know,
just I'm just
my
gonna take
my
a peek at
interviews
that. James,
start like
go close on that. I That's interesting. Okay. I don't know what to say, folks.
it's pretty bad.
No, it's interesting, right? Like, so I'm not going to try and go all John King and like give really detailed breakdowns of what it all means. But the complete absence of orange on that map is nuts. Like what I'm looking at when I'm looking at that Greater Toronto map, my stomping grounds, I'm not looking at red and blue. I'm looking for orange, and there's none. So you look up, James. Can you zoom me out a bit on the GTA? Can you show me just a bit more of Southern Ontario? Just kind of just go back. Yeah. That's perfect. Look at that. That's nuts. Look at everything to the northwest of the city of Toronto. James,
Pretty
what's
blue.
that blob of red right off where your cursor is right now? Just move a bit to the right. What is that? Peterborough. Wow. Huh.
Zero.
So
Who's in Peter?
Peterborough, for listeners, viewers who don't know this, Peterborough is a small city kind of plunked down in the middle of cottage country.
Mm-hmm.
It is an area that if the Liberals are hanging on, they will hold, but if the Conservatives are doing well, they will take. I don't think Peterborough is quite a bellwether. It's a great city, too. Shout out Peterborough. Love you guys. That's interesting. Man. Okay. Yeah, look, I mean,
So
like I said a little bit earlier in the chat, Jen, this is good and bad news for everybody. Yeah, James. Yeah, right instinct, buddy. I was going to say, let's see Alberta.
Let's see what we're doing in Alberta. So I'm just gonna while doing that, I'm gonna respond to some people in the chat. Luther Poirier, watching from Australia. First they come for you, then us. Well, Luther, I've got some good news for you. We're going to make this as absolutely chaotic and quagmire-esque as humanly possible. So I'm pretty sure that if the Americans don't devolve upon themselves, which they might, if they actually try to make a play for us, it's going to get real messy. You got time, buddy. You got time. Jenny is looking hammered. Thanks. Thanks, Walker.
P has said the drunker Matt gets, the more focused he is.
I
Jen
think
is
Jen is,
not sure what she's talking about. P, for what it's worth, you're not the first person to point that out. Apparently, I do get very focused when I'm drinking.
does this mean that I'm just rambling now? I mean, if I were rambling now, I can go. I can just walk away. It's fine. I think Jen is a fun drunk. Leave her alone. Thank you, P. Vella. Appreciate that. I also think that I'm a fun drunk. However, I also haven't topped over into modeling yet. So that's coming. That happens next. It always happens somewhere between drink 2 and drink 5. I go modeling, so
Yeah, we're not quite there yet, but
right
it
now
ain't
I'm
far.
still fun. Right now I'm still fun.
All right. Questions. 1 year mandatory national volunteer service. Unifying? Could be military, forest firefighting, tree planting, etc.
Great, do it. Awesome.
Here's the problem.
That'll teach the young people not to vote.
I love the idea. I am conspicuous to my own hypocrisy because I'm too old. If we go with national service, I'm signing over my kids, not me.
That counts
And
for
I'm
something.
okay with that. I don't have automatic objections to my kids serving. And I tried to serve. I am one of the many Canadians who ran into the Canadian Armed Forces recruitment system. So certainly, look, in our family, there's a long history of service, and I would have no moral objection to my kids serving, whether or not that was in a civic response unit, whether or not it was in a military unit. I don't care. My concern would be, I don't want to feed my kids into the dysfunction of a Canadian bureaucracy for its own sake.
Matt, can I just make the most obvious argument that you'll respond to in favor of a national service mandate?
Sure.
Forcing every child to learn how to use a gun appropriately would severely limit the amount of ridiculous, stupid gun control laws we get from the Liberals in the future.
I'm teaching my kids how to use rifles.
Yes, but you've got to teach the young en masse.
I'm not teaching them how to be marksmen, but I'm teaching them how to safe a rifle.
No, of course. I mean, I happen to think that every Canadian should do the PAL course. It's a good time. It's a great weekend. And also I think that learning how to function around a gun safely is just a good life skill to have. Like, you should just know how to pick up a gun, make sure it's safe and unloaded.
Drop the mag, cycle the action, and make sure it's safe.
Cycle the action, make sure it's safe and loaded. Like, I think that's a basic life skill, particularly in a country like Canada where we have lots of guns and hunting rifles. Everyone should take one. But one of the biggest advantages for a national service is that everybody would learn basic gun skills, which means that the Liberal attempts to impose ridiculous gun legislation that are totally divorced from the reality of the actual guns they're trying to legislate would be almost impossible. It would be like Switzerland. I'm for it.
You know, one of the known effects, Jen, of alcohol is lowering inhibitions.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm on my 4th pint right now. So can I just ask you to not talk about guns? Because that might be more than I can handle in my current state.
Do we need to get my husband up here with some more pizza?
You know, honestly, he and I would talk guns and it would be even worse.
My husband's pretty hot.
Yeah, look, I like the idea of national service. I'm simply aware of the fact that it's very easy to like national service when you're in your drifting into mid-40s with creaky joints.
But somebody's got to bite the bullet here, man. And like I said, like the children deserve to be punished for not voting.
Yeah, children are to be served, not seen, or heard, whatever. I'm sorry. I'm not as drunk as Jen, but I'm not at my best.
I think I am at my best.
There's a diversity of opinion. She the North. If it's a Liberal minority, do the Conservatives start pushing for non-confidence votes again in the fall? That's a great question, She the North, and I think you've actually nailed it. let's assume we end up with a liberal minority. Let's not even, and I'm just taking a peek right now at the CTV numbers. They haven't changed much. We're still in the chaos scenario. I think what's going to happen, Jen, and this is something obviously we're going to talk about this at the line. We're going to put out a dispatch tomorrow. We'll have it on the line. We'll publish that on Wednesday. If these numbers hold and if we are in a chaos scenario, I think every party withdraws to their own corner and licks their wounds over the summer. We'll see what happens in the fall. I don't know. And honestly, She the North, I wish I had a better answer for that, but like, we got to figure out everything. I don't know what this does. Cassandra. Jen, this is a question for you, and I'm going to remind you and I'm going to encourage you to answer carefully.
Oh no, you're starting the technocratic daddy voice is coming out.
No, this is leader voice.
Oh
this
no.
is leadership.
Oh good.
Who would
We
be
know
the
how well I
natural
respond
leader
to
of
that.
an Alberta or Western separatist movement? Do not get us sued. Go for it.
Yeah, no, I think it would be Jeffrey Rath would probably be the leader of he's I think the most visible. This is the lawyer who's leading the group down to the United States. I think he's the most obvious guy. Also there's a guy named Cam Davies who's led up the Republican Party of Alberta. So yeah, it's not what I would call high profile talent. These are people who, if you're kind of involved in some of these groups, you might know the names. But like, I don't think even Danielle Smith or Rob Anderson or someone of that nature is going to necessarily take up that mantle unless it had real mainstream appeal. Yeah, the people saying Manning, I think Manning's too old. I just think he's out of the game. He's an elder statesman of Alberta at this point. I don't think he's got it in him to actually run a leadership or a separatism campaign. In the chat where I'm hearing Danielle Smith. Danielle Smith's already the leader of a province, man. If an actual separatist movement were effective and a referendum were held, she would be the obvious leader of a Alberta movement of some kind. But a specific Alberta separatist party would probably be drawing from the fringes there.
Our audience in real time continues to grow. You people are broken.
What is wrong with you? I am literally drunk. I am literally drunk right now. Like, what? Why are you here? Go to bed. There's no answers for you here. There's no answers for anyone here.
So, breaking the fourth wall for a minute, just for the people who are watching this right now. On my screen in front of me, what I'm seeing is all this information related to this. I actually just clicked out of it just for a second to look at a clock. It is 12:18 in the morning where I am. I'm feeling great. Like, I'm good to go another few hours because I'm a night person. This is fine.
Great. We're fine.
But I got to get up in the morning and do On the Line with Greg.
I've also got several interviews lined up basically from 7:50 onwards.
Darren.
No, I can't. I'm sorry. I have a cold.
You're doing great. Honestly, this is not only are you doing great, by the standard of some of our other podcasts, I've only thought I might have to click disconnect twice so far. And for us, that's great.
It's awesome.
We're doing amazing.
We're doing great.
Darren, how do you guys feel about the geographic concentration of the Liberal vote? I don't think this was unexpected, but I always marvel about the disconnect between geography and population. Darren, honestly, that's a great question. So I'm not going to go full philosophical on you here, but I spend my summers in the country. And I'm getting really excited because it's almost time to go back there. I am not a natural city person. The reason I live in Toronto, other than family ties and stuff, is my attitude is if I have to put up with the city, I'm going to live in the biggest city. I'm not going to split the difference and live in a mid-sized city. Like if I'm in a city, I'm in the biggest city so I can get maximum city value. But my preference is to be in the country, mainly because I like to be left alone. So 75% of my life, I'm in the largest city in the country. Quarter of my life, I'm in the country. And I actually think that I get it. Because when you're in a city and you've got nothing but people all piled up on top of each other, you need a strong regulatory apparatus. You need some neutral arbiter to settle daily bullshit disputes, or else we'd all be killing each other. When I'm up at the country place, I like see a neighbor every couple of days, and I give them a little salute and they wave. I don't need a complicated government apparatus to navigate that. So I understand why larger, denser population centers drift to the left. What I do wish was that Canadians spent more of their time mingling with other people. I think we live in an era where we are incredibly connected to everyone else. We've seen it in our chat tonight. We've had listeners here from Panama, from Mexico, from all over the United States. I've been chatting in real time with someone in Australia. But I also think in a weird way, we are ever more bound into smaller and smaller worlds. And I think that is limiting our worldview more. I encourage all of you to spend more time in places that aren't your home with people who aren't like you. If nothing else, you will have some good food.
The other thing I would just say is, if anything, I think actually the geographic density, the vote density by geography is probably less severe in this particular voting round than it was in the last election. But one of the major divides I actually think is less Alberta versus Ontario. It's more rural versus urban, as Matt has mentioned. I think that's actually a much more significant divide. Very different lifestyles, very different priorities, very different values and culture sets, and very different exposures to different types of people, right? And then I think the other major divide is, and we've talked about this quite a bit at the line recently, is by age. Canada, if you were in your 20s, is a very different conversation than Canada than if you're in your 60s. You have a very different perception of Canada, you have a very different experience of the country, and you have very different prospects. So that is something that needs to be addressed. One thing that I think we've talked a little bit about, but we really can't talk too much about, is the fact that the demographic support for the Liberals skews older. It skews boomer. Boomers vote, so they still hold a disproportionate amount of power, and like the fault for that lies with the youngs who don't show up. But the Liberals, I think, for the last two elections have been really, in a lot of ways, a party of nostalgia, a party of a vision of Canada that ceased to exist in the 1990s. And I think a lot of people who are older still have this idea that Canada functions a certain way or is a certain thing in the world that is rooted in 1996, 1997, 1998. And these people often lose track of the fact that even a woman like me, like in 1986, 1997, 1998, I was in elementary school, man. I was literally a child. And the experience that I've had of the country as a 41-year-old woman is a very different conversation than what they would experience. It's a much less hopeful conversation. And the experience of Canada that someone who is in their mid-20s right now is a much less hopeful conversation yet again. Right? That is a conversation in which homeownership is almost certainly out of reach unless they can inherit money. That's a conversation in which having a family of more than one kid is probably out of reach. That's a conversation in which, your career prospects are pretty diminished. That's a conversation where there's no hope of a defined benefit pension plan. That's a conversation where there's very little faith in our institutions to provide good quality healthcare, good quality pensions by the time you get to it. That's a version of Canada that you've seen extremely diminished educational opportunities. And that's a quality vision of Canada. I mean, one of the conversations that I keep on trying to highlight to people is that, to have a middle class quality of life, house in the suburbs, really normal, ordinary life. You need to now be like a top 10% income earner. The quality of life that you could have outside of, we're not even talking about outside of Toronto, but in a normal city. It's not Toronto, because Toronto is even worse. But if you're trying to replicate anything like what your parents had, you need to be exponentially wealthier to have any version of that. And that gives the impression of hopelessness to people who are younger. It's a really broken system. It's a system that operates and feels like a Ponzi scheme, and a Ponzi scheme where all of the wealth is moving up to the top, to the people who are older. And that's creating a real generational shift and divide, right? A tension point. I, in my last column, said that this election really feels to me like a stillbirth generational turnover. And Matt hated that because it was very graphic and female. But that's to me still what this feels like. And
The record was the graphic part, not so much the female part.
Well, things go hand in hand. But that had nothing to do with the ages of the leaders, right? Like I'm not talking about the ages of Carney or the ages of Poilievre. I'm talking about the ages to which these respective parties are trying to govern Canada for. And in the last couple of years, it has felt like the Conservative Party has a very clear-eyed vision of what the problems are facing younger Canadians, have a very clear-eyed vision of the fact that that the country needs to be a country that is governing for the future, not for the present, not for the past, right? And the Liberals have governed in such a way that they're governing a country that is for the now and for the past, right? Or they're trying to hold on to a vision of Canada that is long expired. And this should have been an election that was a turnover of that kind of mentality and that kind of mindset, and it really failed. And it failed because the Conservatives, I think, really failed to understand that you can't take power, or this generation can't take power, unless you're willing to root that power in responsibility.
James, can you hold? Sorry, Jen, not to interrupt you. James, can you just hold on that for a minute? Those national numbers. I just want to take a peek. So, Jen, right now, the Conservatives and the Liberals and the popular vote are only about a point apart, and it's a Liberal advantage, and that's actually James. Good to go. You can move off. That's an advantage over recent years for the Liberals. The Conservatives have been winning the popular vote in recent elections. One of the things I think is interesting, the Conservatives are overperforming. And you and I are talking kind of very existential, nitty-gritty stuff right now. Let's actually zoom out and just talk about the election for a minute.
Yeah, well, we could do that, I guess, if you want.
If we must.
We could talk about the election, I guess.
We will have an opportunity later. Tomorrow we'll wake up, we'll shake our hangovers off, we'll regret our life choices tonight, but also broadly.
Generally, yeah.
And we will have an opportunity to really sink our teeth into this. And just pledging this one to everyone viewing right now, the Lions plan tomorrow is to publish a dispatch kind of summarizing where we are. It's going to come later in the day. Jen and
it may not be our best. It may not be our most.
We will not be firing at 100% come tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
But what I can already say, just looking at these numbers, is the Conservatives are overperforming expectations. They are within 1%-ish of the Liberals in the popular vote. I understand that advanced ballots are still going to come in and that it will swing some things towards the Liberals. And I do understand as well for the Conservatives, they will get more Western votes coming in. But to your point, Jen, about the kind of the failure, I'm not going to use the stillbirth thing. That's gross.
But it's really good. It's very evocative.
The placenta of political will, the uterine lining of the people.
This is why we need more women
to be doing this well. Suggests to me that the young showed up.
Mm-hmm.
And I was at a lunch last week, and I got talking with a smart guy. I like him a lot. I got nothing bad to say about him, but he's a boomer. And he was telling me about how he and his wife scrimped and saved and bought a house and put the down payment together. I just looked him dead in the eye, and I said to him, my cousin in her early 20s will never be able to afford any kind of home in the Greater Toronto area.
Mm-hmm.
She is smart. She's educated. She's hardworking. She's wonderful. Her only path to home ownership is parents are dead, winning the lottery, marrying rich. And that includes condos. Because the home prices in the GTA, barring some kind of major reset, and if we get massively tariffed, who knows, maybe it'll happen. She will not be able to earn enough money in her honorable job, working as a member of an essential service in the Greater Toronto area. The math will never work for her because paying for the rent will make it impossible to save up for the down payment to buy the home.
Yep.
It's just math. The math equation will not balance for her. She's a wonderful person. Another version of her would be really angry. And I don't know if any society benefits from having a surplus of really angry young people.
Yeah, well, it doesn't. Anyway, I'm just going to point out this chat comment. My story is that a minority government means that nothing really gets done and everyone has an eye to non-confidence vote while Trump and co chip away at Canadian sovereignty and so dissent. Yep, Luther's got it.
Correct.
Well done, Luther.
Jen,
That's about what this means.
I want to make you an offer, Jen.
Okay.
We still have nearly 8,000 people who are watching us right now.
Really?
Weirdos.
Total weirdos.
So, Jen, we've been doing this for 3 hours now.
3.5.
Well, no, because half an hour was the preview.
Oh, fair. Okay.
Do you want to take a couple of minutes and just make a washroom break or grab some water or something? I got lots of questions here. I can hold the fort for a couple of minutes. You want to take a quick break?
Are you telling me that I need to put some carbs and water into my body?
No, but I'm not telling you that. But I'm also saying you've been drinking. It's been 3 hours. If you want to go take a pee, mute your mic, turn your camera off, and I'll hold the fort for 2 minutes.
All right, fine. I'll go do that. Fine.
All right, folks. Well, Jen goes and attends to a few necessities. I will move on, take a couple of questions here. Let's see. Where are we? Birdie asks, if we're in maximum chaos mode, how long till we're back at the polls? Birdie, great question. I think I've already addressed this partially. We will get through the summer. Barring some kind of external intervening event, and we don't live in an era where I think we can necessarily rule that out. But barring some external event coming up, what will happen starting tomorrow is the parties will begin to get their shit together. The Liberals, give me just a quick second here. Let me click off. We'll go look at. So as of right now, we're still in a chaos scenario where the NDP and the Liberals do not themselves meet a majority. The Liberals will start figuring out if they can command the confidence of the House. That's going to consume them for a while. The NDP, I don't know what they're going to do. The Bloc has to figure out what sovereignty and separatism means in an era of a direct threat to Canadian national security. The Conservatives are going to need to figure out if they keep Poilievre. If these numbers hold, I think they will. Bertie, I don't have a good answer for you here, except that I think we get through the summer. And then after Labor Day, we figure it out. One of my procedural nerd friends can tell me how quickly we will need to do things like passing a budget or some kind of funding motion, a supply motion. I don't know how long the government is currently capitalized, which is a fun question to have. Nerds, you know how to find me. How long can the government fund itself? But we're in a scenario where things like the Bloc abstaining, the Bloc all gets a perm on the same day, and the NDP and the Liberals can pass a continuing resolution, a supply motion to keep the government funded through to Labor Day. Like, that's kind of the scenarios we're looking at now. Now, as a couple of people have pointed out, and yes, I do see that Singh is currently giving a speech. This is awkward for me because Singh's wife looks a lot like someone I know in real life, and I'm always like, what's she doing on the stage? Guys, we'll get through the summer, and after that, I don't know. So let's see what other questions we have. James, can we run the audio of Singh's speech? I know we can put it on the screen, but can we hear it? I'm going to take that as a no. All right, next question. We're back.
That's from the beginning. Huge thank you.
All right, folks. Jagmeet Singh speaking now. Let's hear him for a couple minutes.
And all of you in this room, you guys poured your heart into this. Thank you so much for everything you've done. You're amazing. We love you all. Thank you. And I know in election parties, night parties across the country, people are gathered. I want to thank them all for all their hard work. They're amazing people gathered together across the country. I want to take a moment to congratulate Prime Minister Carney on his victory. He has an important job to do to represent all Canadians and to protect our country and its sovereignty from the threats of Donald Trump. Tonight and every night, all of us here, we're on Team Canada. We want Canada to thrive, and we're going to continue to fight for Canada. I want to congratulate all the other leaders on a hard-fought campaign. It's been the honor of my life to represent the people of Burnaby Central. Tonight they chose, thank you. Tonight they chose a new member of parliament, and I wish them well as they continue to work hard for this community. Obviously, I know this night is a disappointing night for New Democrats. We had really good candidates that lost tonight. I know how hard you worked. I spent time with you. You're amazing. I'm so sorry you're not going to be able to represent your communities. I know you're going to continue to fight for them. I know on how many doors you knocked, how many family dinners you missed, how many nights your kids went to bed without you there to tuck them in. I know it was a tough sacrifice, and I just want to thank, and we can get a round of applause to every single candidate that ran for us. Thank you. Thank all those incredible candidates and their incredible teams, because no candidate can do it without a team, the volunteers, the staff. Thank you to all those candidates and their incredible staffs. One more time. Choosing to commit your life to politics obviously comes with some sacrifice, but we choose this life because of the chance to change the country we love for the better. We may lose sometimes, and those losses hurt, it's tough. But we are only defeated if we stop fighting. We're only defeated when we believe that those that tell us that we can never dream of a better Canada, a fairer Canada, a more compassionate Canada. I have met New Democrats from coast to coast to coast who will never back down, even when they're told that there's no room for them at the table. We make room for everyone because we believe that there is enough wealth in Canada for all of us to live the life that we deserve. Honestly, I got to avoid making eye contact with certain people because then it's going to get too emotional up here. So I just made the mistake of doing that, so I'm going to look away now. You know who you are. Don't look at me again. Almost 8 years ago, I was elected the leader of this incredible party, this incredible movement. I've worked really hard to be worthy of this trust, to live up to the legacy of our movement. Hold on a sec here, guys. Thank you. One more sec. Tonight, I've been informed a party leader that I'll be stepping down as party leader as soon as an interim leader can be appointed. Now, I could not have done this incredible job without, here's a point, give me a second to break down a bit. I couldn't have done it without the incredible support of my wife, Kitten. She has been my rock. She's been my foundation. For the past couple of years, I've been regretting that I didn't thank her on the night of the last election. So this is my opportunity to make up for it. She has literally been my rock. I couldn't have done this without her. She's backed me up and supported me. She has made so many sacrifices. She convinced
James,
me
I
that
feel
she's
bad
enjoyed
speaking
them all,
over
but I don't know.
the praise for Singh's wife here, because God knows
she's
political
amazing. She's
spouses
so
take a
thankful.
lot of
I'm gonna give you a hug. Hold on.
take a lot of bullshit. But James, if you don't mind, we can pot down Singh now. Jen is back. How you feeling, Jen? Jen, you are muted in some form. That is either James.
There we
thing
go.
or
I'm
Jen.
back. I'm back.
Jen, so I think you probably are caught up.
It was
Singh
that a
just
resignation? I'm too drunk to follow.
Singh just resigned.
Okay, yeah, well, I mean, thank him for his service to his country and his party.
You know what? Look, I don't like watching these moments.
No, it sucks. It's hard at a human level to watch people fail.
Thanking his wife, thanking his team. I hate watching this. I would never vote for him, but I don't dislike him.
No, I think a lot of conservative people or people who are sort of conservative right find it much easier to get along with people who are committed partisan NDPers, dippers, than they do to get along with liberals, because conservatives and NDPs have something in common, and that is they believe in something. Right? They actually have an idea for how society should work and a sense of their role in how that functions, as opposed to simply pursuing power for the sake of power. So, like, there's an alignment there. There's a fellow traveler. Don't agree with you, think your policies are wrong, but fellow traveler. And Singh is a good person, which is pretty rare, right?
For a politician, maybe. I hope not for a human in general.
Well, I mean, nobody's claiming he's Mother Teresa, but he's not a bad guy.
No, he's not, and I know we'll probably get some bullshit for saying that, but he's not.
He's not a bad guy at all.
As of right now, Jen, the chaos scenario remains intact.
Oh, good. That's what our country needed.
Liberals, NDP, and Green combined are one short of a majority.
Great.
I do think that we'll probably see a few seats flip Liberal.
Yeah.
A lot of votes will still come in from advanced polling, whereas I would imagine most of the outstanding conservative votes still to come are going to be racking up margins of victory in ridings they hold instead of flipping any. So if there's any movement tonight, I would imagine it would be to the Liberals. Do they have the 9 seats necessary to secure a majority? Maybe, but it would be a surprise.
Lots of chatter in the chat about Pierre Poilievre losing his seat. Apparently, Post Media is projecting he will lose his seat. I don't want to make that projection until basically the last vote is counted, because I don't see the point. Matt, maximum chaos scenario here, in addition to the seat count, would be Pierre Poilievre losing his seat. So that could happen. In that case, I think we should probably explain to people that with a seat count as
You should
uncertain as
leave
this
the
one,
country.
yeah. Well, look, with an overall seat count as
I will
uncertain
see
as
you in Mexico.
look, with an overall seat count as uncertain as this, I think it's pretty unlikely that Pierre Poilievre resigns as CPC leader. And that's simply because this is obviously going to be a highly tenuous, highly unstable government, and we could be back at the polls in fall. The CPC does not have the time to run another leadership race. They don't have the time to run another leadership war. The bandwidth for that is not going to be there. I would be genuinely shocked if they jumped Pierre Poilievre, which means the answer is that essentially another conservative will be asked to step down and Pierre will run in a by-election in a safer seat. That would be where I think this goes. And, to the person in our chat, PP Vela, Pierre has to take responsibility for blowing the lead. Yeah, he fucked up. This was their campaign to lose, and they lost it. And they lost it as a result of choices that they absolutely made. And I also don't entirely buy the argument that Pierre's lead was fully inflated just by Trudeau hate. I think that probably accounts to for between 5 and 7% of his lead at its peak, but he still had enough to make a strong majority government here, and he absolutely lost it with terrible decisions leading up to the campaign, followed by very obvious mistakes during the campaign. And I went into that in my last column in some depth. But that being said, even if accountability is due, and even if moral fairness justifies it, the strategic situation that the Conservatives are in right now is such that it would be crazy to dump Pierre in this particular moment.
While you were off, Jen, one of the things I took a question about what happens now. I think every party tries to get through the summer.
Every party is going to try and get through the summer. I think that's right. But just to put people.
By the way, please do that, because I'm going to Europe for a couple of weeks and then I need to chill out for a while.
Yeah, absolutely. All of us are agreed. But yeah, I just just practically and logistically, nobody's going to be able to run a leadership campaign over the summer. Even if you ran a leadership campaign over the summer and you have a new leader coming into fall, you then have to give that guy 6 months to a year in order to build a rapport and establish. This is a years-long process. This is not something you can just parachute in, unless you're parachuting someone in who's so high profile and so over the top popular. Unless Harper would be willing to step back into the fray. It would have to be that level of a person. It would have to be a Carney level of accomplishment and fame here to replace him in order to make this viable. So I don't think that he can, even if he loses his seat, it just adds an extra level of what the fuck level drama to all of this, which is great.
You want to know another what the fuck?
Yeah, tell me.
We just broke through another threshold for viewers.
There's people still
it's not getting smaller, it's getting bigger.
Has the word gone out that I'm drunk? Is that the answer? Is that all we needed to do to be more popular?
Eventually things cool off. We start to say, hey, we'll take final questions, and then we wrap it up, and then I go to bed, because where I am, it's almost 1 a.m. But no, you sociopaths continue to log in. We love you, but come on.
I've been going for almost 4 hours straight, man.
I am polishing off beer 4.
So, Matt, how fucked are we?
You and I, or the country?
The country.
Pretty fucked.
We're pretty fucked.
Reasonably fucked, yeah.
We're reasonably fucked.
Like a good solid rogering.
Mm-hmm. Has Trump said anything on Truth Social yet?
Jen, don't even put that thought out there. So right now, snapshot: 164 Liberal, 7 NDP, 1 Green. combined, that is minimum majority -1 for a speaker.
Okay, so
Conservatives
Matt,
and Bloc,
can I just point out that not only have the Greens not been relegated to irrelevance tonight, they
they've
might
never
hold
been
the
more
balance
important.
of power. Elizabeth May might be the most important person in the parliament by the time this night is done.
Elizabeth May has never been more important to Canadian democracy. I need to go get beer 5 and 6.
Do you need me to hold down the fort? Well, our
You know what? It's
viewers
fine. I
process
can
that.
toast a few more minutes here.
I don't know if I'm crying out of joy or terror or just dread. I don't even know what I'm feeling anymore.
www.readtheline.ca. Sign up today for more of this content.
Top tier shit. Yeah.
My sump pump is going, and I'm grateful.
Elizabeth May. Matt, what will be her conditions? What will be the conditions for her support?
I don't know. Like, turn the Wi-Fi off in Parliament. Like,
I'm like a Supreme Court led inquiry into Wi-Fi dangers.
I think
She will be
Lisa
RFK.
Raitt, friend of the line, is doing this one of the CTV panels. But I think the greatest moment in Canadian political history I've ever witnessed is Lisa taking Liz off the stage, because Liz was even more hammered than Jen is right now. And Lisa was like, whoop, okay, let's yoink, get her off the stage. Elizabeth may end up holding the balance of power in Parliament.
Oh no, Matt. You know what I said? You know what I said when we started tonight? No, before we started the live stream. Everyone in this election is going to get exactly what they deserve. They're going to get exactly what they deserve. Good and
Isn't that
hard.
what I titled the Line podcast?
Yeah, everyone's going to get what they deserve here. Everyone's going to get exactly what they deserve.
So let's run down the deserve list right now. Mark Carney will be the next Prime Minister of Canada,
but like
he won't
in
have
a
a majority.
poison chalice way.
Pierre Poilievre will survive, but he blew a 25-point lead.
And will still have to fight for his seat.
Singh has already resigned, so go with God, sir. The Bloc, I don't know what to say. Oh, okay. Thank you, James.
This is an image of Lisa Raitt taking a
James,
hammered.
I'm not. I shouldn't say this when I've been drinking, but we should pay you more. So let's talk tomorrow.
Yep. Oh, Poilievre just took the stage. We should probably listen to this.
All right, James. If we can get Poilievre, that would be fine. All right, James, pot up the sound. I'm going to go get beers 5 and 6.
At the moment of this historic election, because only in Canada could the story that Anna and I bring to the stage be possible. Adopted son of school teachers and a Venezuelan refugee, stand on this stage in front of our proud country, offering ourselves up to serve for the future. After millions of people have shown up and marked their X, spoken their voice, and exercised their democratic rights. We could not be more proud. We could not be more grateful for the opportunity the Canadians have given us. And speaking now of Anna, I want to take a moment to thank my incredible wife. She's been by my side. She's my rock. I love and cherish you and our little ones more than you'll ever know. and I could not have done any of this without you. Thank you so much. I love you. Now, my message to Canadians. The promise that was made to me and to all of you is that anybody from anywhere could achieve anything, that through hard work, you could get a great life, you could have a nice, affordable home on a safe street. My purpose in politics is and will continue to be to restore that promise. Thank you. To the candidates who ran under our banner as Conservatives, to the volunteers who knocked on the doors, made phone calls, put up lawn signs, rallied at our events, donated their hard-earned money to our cause, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. To the millions of people who voted for the Conservative Party and put their hopes and dreams in our vision, thank you. It will be an honor to continue to fight for you and to be a champion of your cause as we go forward.
It would be a great honor to continue to fight for you, because it has been an honor to be your voice, to fight for conservative values, the values for which you voted, and it will be an honor to continue to try and restore the promise of Canada, that anyone who works hard can have a great life in an affordable home, in a safe community. That is our vision, and we will bring it home.
To my fellow Conservatives, we have much to celebrate tonight. We've gained well over 20 seats. We got the highest share of vote our party has received since 1988. We denied the NDP and Liberals enough seats to form a coalition government, meaning and we did all of this in a very difficult environment. That said, we are cognizant of the fact that we didn't quite get over the finish line yet. We know that change is needed, but change is hard to come by. It takes time. It takes work. And that's why we have to learn the lessons of tonight so that we can have an even better result the next time the Canadians decide the future for the country.
Which will be in like 3 months.
Canadians have opted for a razor-thin minority government, a virtual tie in the vote count. So I would like to congratulate Prime Minister Carney on leading this minority government. We'll have plenty of opportunity to debate and disagree, but tonight we come together as Canadians. We will do our job. Yes, we will do our job to hold the government to account. But first, we congratulate people from all political backgrounds on participating in the democratic process. And as I said, while we will do our constitutional duty of holding government to account and proposing better alternatives, we will always put Canada first as we stare down tariffs and other irresponsible threats from President Trump. Conservatives will work with the Prime Minister and all parties with the common goal of defending Canada's interests and getting a new trade deal that puts these tariffs behind us while protecting our sovereignty and the Canadian people. I want to thank my Conservative team, my caucus, my members of the Conservative staff and others who've helped reshape the entire political landscape in this country. Conservatives have achieved major breakthroughs tonight. We brought in record support for from blue-collar and unionized workers, youth, new Canadians. We gave voices to countless people across this country who've been left out and left behind for far too long. We won the big debates of our time on the carbon tax, on inflation, on housing, on the drug crisis, on crime. Conservatives have been leading the debate, and we will continue to put forward the best arguments to improve the lives of our people right across this country. But we will not stop there. Every single day, our Conservative caucus and I will be holding the government to account on behalf of the millions of Canadians who believed in the message of change. En tant que parti,
as a party, we have definitely expanded our support, and every single day the Conservative caucus and myself will be working hard in Ottawa to force the government to account on behalf of millions of Canadians who decided to vote for real change. I had the honor of crisscrossing this country to speak to thousands of people who shared their concerns, their suffering, their despair with me.
Took precious time out of their day to tell me about their struggles, their pain, their fears, but also their hopes and dreams.
I have some pain and struggle and fear.
Farmers and factory workers, seniors, small business owners, and single mothers, young Canadians and young families pleading for the chance to own a home, parents who worried that their kids would never be able to move out of their home, grandparents who saw their grandchildren suffering from the shortfalls of our economy, and countless others who are afraid to go outside because of the rising wave of crime. All of these stories,
but this is his strongest speech of the entire election.
Gave me inspiration to work towards something better.
Like this is the correct tone.
To need voices. And I will continue to
the tone you never actually managed to nail exactly before the election.
We will never give up on fighting for the Canadian people.
With one exception, with one critique here. I don't know who tells him to smile.
Thank you.
He needs to stop with the smiling.
We hear your stories. We will carry those stories with us into Parliament. We will not forget the people for whom we work and for whom we fight every day. Now, I know that some of you might be disappointed that change did not get over the finish line tonight. Change takes time. Most of all, it requires that we never give up, because our people and our country are worth fighting for.
Yeah, where was this 4 weeks ago is exactly the right answer. This is prime ministerial.
Je vous ai entendu.
Heard you, and I carried your stories with me throughout this campaign, and your stories will remain with me as I fight with my Conservative team to defend you and to advance your interests. To those who desperately need change, I know that you're disappointed. Change is difficult and it takes time, particularly because we must now never stop. The people of Canada deserve that we continue to fight for them.
Who voted for other parties. And so, my message tonight, for the single mother working 2 jobs but still has an empty fridge and an empty bank account, for the young people who despair at never being able to afford a home, for the seniors on fixed incomes whose savings are eroded by inflation and no longer feel safe in their local neighborhood parks, for those who are now living in fear and terror because of crime, for those worried about losing their jobs because of unacceptable tariffs from the United States of America, for all of those who feel left behind and forgotten, my message is one of hope. Change will take time, but we will fight for that change, and we will deliver that change, and we will never give up on fighting for the great Canadian promise that anyone from anywhere can achieve anything, that hard work gets you a great life in a beautiful house on a safe street protected by our brave troops under our proud flag. Canada first, Canada always. Let's bring it home. Thank you very much, Canada. Merci beaucoup, Canada.
James, can you play up a welcome? Take a minute there. James will grab a map of Carlton. I'm just curious as to whether or not
Yeah.
he's.
So I mean, a lot of people are noting the fact that he seems likely to lose his seat in Carleton. I mean, guys, I realize that would be a sort of a petty moral victory for a lot of liberals, but like it's not actually going to matter because even if he does lose his seat, he'll just run in another seat. He's clearly not resigning.
I've already had a conservative friend send me the rules from the party constitution. You can be a leader from outside the house, and they'll find a safe seat somewhere.
They'll find a safe seat. He'll run in a by-election. The only thing is if Carney wants to be super petty, he can put off that by-election for like 6 months, which he might. But can I just say, like, I realized that the last half of that speech especially was boilerplate stump. It's stuff that we've heard 20 times before during this election. But like the first half of that speech was probably tonally the best he's been in this campaign. That should have been him 4 or 5 weeks ago, if not 12 weeks ago. The only exception I would say to that is that whatever image consultant tells him he needs to smile more, you can literally see him thinking in his head, oh shit, smile. Oh shit, smile. Like somebody's clearly told him that he needs to make that smile. Stop with the smiling. It feels forced. And I don't think it's necessary to lighten his tone. I don't think it's necessary for anything that he's doing. Can I also just say that just from my initial read of body language, Anna's pissed. She's delightfully pissed, and I love it for her.
I love it for all of us.
I love it for all of us. Like, Anna Poilievre, Pierre Poilievre's wife is like, she's genuinely like locked into this man. Like she loves this man. And I think that that's true because a couple of years ago, I made some like crack about Pierre Poilievre on Twitter because, I'm an irreverent asshole. And like Anna was up in my DMs defending her man. And it was amazing. I was like, respect, woman. Like, I'm here for this. It was great. So like she's like that is a committed family unit and she is committed to her man and her man's success and I just love that for that family unit, right?
That's great.
Any chance that he was smiling to prevent himself crying? No, because he's been engaging in this smile as an optical exercise all through the campaign. I think it's a clear response to an image consultant of some kind.
Beer number 5, Henderson's Best Golden Ale. Delicious, by the way. I'm a big fan of Henderson's, but I don't know if I've had this one before. It's great. Questions. Can the Conservatives rule with some liberal support? That's from CV. Yeah. I think what's more likely based on the map that exists right now is that someone abstains. Could be the Bloc, could be the Conservative. I think as Jen and I have said a little bit over the last hour or two, there's going to be a desire among all the parties to get through the summer. And just so you think I'm not talking about the summer in some mythical way, I want to put this in terms, they're going to seem a little blunt, but I mean this very literally. I don't know if civilians understand how tired all these people are right now.
Yeah, that's right.
Running a 5-week campaign is physically and emotionally and intellectually exhausting. There's going to need to be an opportunity to stand these guys down for a few weeks. The Liberals, as the winners of this election, and as Mr. Poilievre and Mr. Singh have already said, Mark Carney will remain prime minister. They're going to need to get a government together. Everyone else needs to stand down for a bit and sleep. And I know that sounds like I'm being flippant, but I actually mean that literally. They need to sleep. They need to do laundry. They need to go to a beach for a couple weeks. The smartest thing most of these guys can do is to be on a plane to a resort somewhere by Friday. The politicking will actually get underway for real in a couple of weeks. Jen, we still need to figure out, we're going to have to hit up one of our nerds. We're going to have to figure out how long the government is funded for.
I think March 26th was the last funding, and then
There'd be a supply motion of some kind keeping the lights on.
Get them to get the lights on through the election. But yeah, I think that they have to do a throne speech and at least something that will pass Parliament to get supply going before summer. I don't think they can continue it. Yeah, this is a procedural wonk question I don't have an answer for, but I don't think they can hold it till fall.
As of right now, Liberals, NDP, and Greens combined can do it. There would be room for Elizabeth May to be speaker and for there to be a bare majority. But that will change. So let's not get too invested in that. By the way, Jen, another viewership record has been set. More people are watching us right now than ever, you sick fucks. Ian, I would like Jen's opinion on Poisson clustering and data normalization. You might know what that means. I don't.
I think he's talking about vote efficiency.
Could Poisson be a typo?
Could you show me the actual written question?
Are you able to access the back? No,
Private?
I
Yeah.
can't. Nope, I can't because I'm using different computers for this. Ian, I'm sure your question is brilliant. We just might not be in the shape to handle it right now.
I just may not be in the shape to handle this question.
James, if there's any other questions in there, you can drop them in. But I've actually, God help us, I've worked us. I've moved us through all of this. Someone has asked me to stop calling you all sick fucks. Request denied. I'm not sorry. Request denied.
Well, I'm nice, I guess. Oh, here's the question that everyone is going to be asking tomorrow. Are you ready for this?
No, but go.
From Foreign. Here's a political fiction focused question. Would have Aaron O'Toole performed better than Poilievre in the 2025 electoral campaign? It seems to me that his profile would have been a better fit in a context where issues like defense, international trade, and foreign affairs are more prominent than they used to be. And I would also add to that, Matt, Aaron O'Toole would have had the advantage of having run an election campaign before.
I don't know. Aaron O'Toole would have had advantages in this election. But I'm not convinced Aaron O'Toole would have gotten to where this election was. I remember saying to Aaron O'Toole himself years ago that I really wished I lived in the kind of country where he would win. But I don't. And I didn't.
This way, I don't think Aaron O'Toole ever could have ridden that 25-point high that Pierre did for so long. Aaron O'Toole would never have been as popular as Pierre Poilievre, but I think Aaron O'Toole would have been faster to recognize the changing strategic circumstances and to have pivoted accordingly. Whether or not that would have been enough, I don't know.
I've said this more than once. Pierre Poilievre was the natural evolutionary response to Justin Trudeau.
Mm-hmm.
Pierre Poilievre was absolutely perfect to take on Justin Trudeau. Pierre Poilievre would have crushed Justin Trudeau like a bug. But Mark Carney isn't Justin Trudeau.
Mm-hmm. But also, can I just say, just to people who are on the conservative side, part of governing, part of governing
Ken Gerson of the line.
Part of governing is being able to recognize shifting strategic situations and responding quickly in accordance with those situations. And one of the things that I think fundamentally disqualified Pierre in this particular environment was that he was unable to recognize that the strategic ground around him was shifting, not the tactical ground, the strategic ground. And he was unable to shift accordingly in enough time.
Yeah.
That in and of itself, even if you say, hey, look, the threat by the Americans is overblown or whatever, that in and of itself suggests that there would have been a problem in government. There's a lesson he needed to learn here.
I don't think we live in an era of people learning lessons. I think we live in an era of people narrow casting to a very particular vibe.
Because it's what's worked for them.
Yeah. You know, the insane thing is that Carney and Poilievre are both going to have a victory narrative. Mark Carney brought the Liberal Party back from the dead. And Pierre Poilievre, I'm going to have to see what the final numbers are, but I don't think Harper ever put up a percentage of the popular vote this good. James, can you show me a popular vote tally? Not seats, but popular vote.
I'm just looking that up for it now, and I don't think we have a final popular vote tally.
No, but I'll be satisfied with whatever the snapshot is. I gotta zoom in again. Okay, so what, a 1.3% lead? Yeah, thank you, James. Aw, see, look at that. The man knows what I need.
It's great.
I still find that fascinating. So the polls, the Conservatives are overperforming their polls, and people are going to get mad at the pollsters.
Which we were, no, actually, I think it depends on the pollster, but generally speaking, I think this is actually not a radically surprising.
No, this is all margin of error.
This is all margin of error. Yeah. There's nothing in here that is out of line with where the bulk of the polls were. You know, so I don't think this is a. Don't get me wrong. I have a whole rant about polls. This is not the example that I would pull to rant about polls.
Wow. What
right?
a stupid like this is the dumbest possible outcome.
The dumbest possible one. No. 2021 was the dumbest possible outcome because literally not a single seat changed from one election to the next.
This is just excruciatingly stupid.
Excruciatingly stupid is yes. Okay, I'll give you that. Is this worse than 2021?
James, can you zoom in on those numbers again? My pathetic eyes. I think one of the takeaways of this live stream is I need to go see my optometrist. For what it's worth, Jen, we're moving out of the worst case scenario here where the Greens, the NDP, and the Liberals combined can pass a budget. Is that good? Is that bad?
I think that adding a third party needed to pass a budget into the mix adds more chaos to the conversation, yes. Especially when you're talking about a Liberal government that knows that it needs to get things like pipelines built. Yeah. Great. How do we get Elizabeth May on board with that? It's just, it's a absolute recipe for total stalemate. The other option is that they form an alliance with the Bloc. And in fact, to be honest with you, forming an alliance with the Bloc is probably the right answer here for the Liberals.
For the Liberals?
Yeah, it's probably the only way they're going to get anything done. What are they gonna try and negotiate an actual deal between Cuckoo Machu Elizabeth May and a leaderless NDP?
When you say it that way, it sounds like a bad idea.
Well, look, I'm not a fan of a Liberal government basically being run for Quebec at the expense of everyone else, because I think that also presents national unity issues. But that's a version of a government that can actually pass a budget.
I
Like
love
there's no good path to governance here.
Yeah, but these chips are great. Like these are store brand and they're actually surprisingly good. End of April. May 2-4 is coming up. We're not going to see much activity over the next 2 weeks. The Liberals will need to get their shit together. Oh, God. Is Carney about to speak?
No, this is Diana Carney is speaking. Do we care?
No.
Okay.
I care to the extent that I always feel terrible for any political spouse.
Oh yeah, like being a political spouse sucks. That's brutal. It's
James,
a brutal
you know what
gig.
we'll do? We'll keep. James, you got it right. Keep running it like this. When the prime minister comes up, we'll cut to it. Jen, the good news is the psychopaths have started to go to bed, so we'll be able to call a night soon enough. We'll probably stick around for the prime minister's remarks, and then we'll wrap it up a bit.
Yes. Okay.
Oh, this is pretty wild stuff. Like this is. Oh God, here he comes. All right,
Here it comes. All right, let's listen.
James, if you can pot up the prime minister, please.
That is Nepean. That is the spirit of Nepean behind me right there. Thank you. Bonsoir tout le monde.
Good evening,
Bonsoir.
everyone.
Oh, quel bonsoir. C'est un bon bonsoir.
What an evening.
I have a question. Who's ready? Who's ready? Who's ready to stand
Are you
up
ready?
for Canada with me? And who's ready? Who's ready to build Canada strong? Okay, we got that settled. That's good. Avant de commencer, je voudrais féliciter.
Before I begin, I would like to congratulate the other party leaders on their campaign and all the work that they did. I want to thank them for their service to Canada, now and in future.
I want to thank the leaders of the other parties. I want to salute the contribution of Jagmeet Singh. I noticed his remarks. Leading on progressive values. Elizabeth May, who will be returning. François Blanchet. And I want to congratulate Pierre Poilievre on a hard-fought, fair, good campaign, his commitment to the country that we both love. They all have many, many more contributions to our land. Thank you, Diana. Thank you, Diana, for your work on this campaign. Thank you, Diana, for the commitment and compassion you bring to everything that you do. Tonight simply would not have been possible without you and without the support of our 4 children who inspire me to service every single day. I also want to salute the women and men who put their name on the ballot from all parties. Thank you for standing up to serve our country at this critical time. And for those who were elected, particularly those Liberals who were elected, I am looking forward to working together to deliver for Canadians. This says, Bruce. I'm Bruce, yes, Bruce Vanjo. I'm looking forward to working with Bruce Vanjo. Fantastic. He will be a great MP. We're going to have fun tonight. Yes, we're going to have fun. Bien sûr. Je tiens à remercier
Of
les
course,
milliers de
I want to
bénévoles
thank the
ici ce
thousands of
soir et à
volunteers
travers le pays
who are
qui
here
ont donné
tonight
de
and
leur
across
temps
the country
pour
that
cogner
gave their
aux portes,
time
pour faire des appels,
so that
pour échanger avec leurs
we
voisins
could talk
et les
to
membres
Canadians,
de
who
leur
spoke to
communauté.
Canadians, who spoke to their neighbors, who made the calls,
Un gouvernement fort.
the people who worked so hard so that we could have Canada strong.
You know, I chose to enter politics because I felt we needed big changes in this country. But big changes guided by strong Canadian values. Values that I learned at the dinner table from my parents, Bob and Verley, and from my siblings. I appreciate this more in retrospect from my siblings. My siblings, Brenda, Sean, and Brian. Values that I learned on the ice from my coaches.
See, I actually think
Values
that's funny
that
because I would
have
also
been
break my sister's
reinforced.
balls.
As I've met with Canadians across this great
What
country.
was that?
And those include
Breaking your
three values
sister's
that I
or your
want to highlight
siblings'
this
balls,
evening.
I think, is universal, and I
Humility.
admire that.
It's Canada after all. Ambition, it's Canada after all. And unity, it's Canada. I love you. Right back, right back. These are good values. These are Canadian values. Values that I will do my best. I'm just getting worked up here. These are values that I will do my best to uphold every day as your Prime Minister. You betcha. Okay, well, you have to judge after this next section because I am going to begin with the value of humility and by admitting that I have much to be humble about. It's true. Over my long, that's not an applause line, it's just a statement of fact. Over my long career, I have made many mistakes, and I will make more. But I commit to admitting them openly, to correcting them quickly, and always learning from them. You know, humility underscores the importance of governing as a team in cabinet and in caucus, and working constructively with all parties across Parliament, of working in partnership with the provinces and the territories, and with Indigenous peoples. And at this time, it underscores the value of bringing together labor, business, civil society to advance the nation-building investments we need to transform our economy. Humility is also about recognizing that one of the responsibilities of government is to prepare for the worst, not hope for the best. As I've been warning for months, America wants our land, our resources, our water, our country. Never. But these are not idle threats. President Trump is trying to break us so that America can own us. That will never ever happen. But we also must recognize the reality that our world has fundamentally changed. There is also, for me, as I stand before you this evening, humility in recognizing that, well, many have chosen to place your trust in me, trust in the Liberal Party. Millions of our fellow citizens preferred a different outcome. And my message to every Canadian is this: no matter where you live, no matter what language you speak, no matter how you voted, I will always do my best to represent everyone who calls Canada home. You know, during this short campaign, I went to Saskatchewan and Alberta a couple of times, even though, you know, we're Liberals. It's tough. It's tough out there. I grew up there. But I went because I intend to govern for all Canadians. And au cours de cette campagne, plusieurs Québécois et Québécoises
Throughout this
m'ont
campaign,
ouvert leurs portes
Quebecers opened their doors to me and gave me their confidence. And I have been deeply touched by that, and I want to thank you. The French language, Quebec culture, are at the very center of Canadian identity. They define this country, the country that I love so much. And I will defend them tirelessly. With my team of Quebec members of Parliament that you have just sent to Ottawa, we will ensure that Quebec will continue to prosper within a strong Canada.
So he's setting up a bloc alliance here.
And whether you're a worker in Fort Mac or an accountant from Toronto or a worker from Quebec, my government will work for all of you.
As we come here after this most consequential election, let's put an end to the division and anger of the past. We are all Canadian, and my government will work for and with everyone. I began with humility, but Canadians are ambitious. And now, more than ever, it is a time for ambition. It is a time to be bold, to meet this crisis with overwhelming positive force of a united Canada. Because we are going to build, baby, build. Exactly. Throughout, not for well, no, we're building now. We've gotten over that bit. Throughout our history, there have been turning points. Throughout our history, there have been turning points when the world's fortunes were in the balance. That was the case at the start of the Second World War, just as it was at the end of the Cold War. And each time, Canada chose to step up, to assert ourselves as a free, sovereign, and ambitious nation, to lead the path of democracy and freedom, and, because we are Canadian, to do so with compassion and generosity. We are once again at one of those hinge moments of history. Our old relationship with the United States, a relationship based on steadily increasing integration, is over. The system of open global trade, anchored by the United States, a system that Canada has relied on since the Second World War, a system that, while not perfect, has helped deliver prosperity for a country for decades, is over. These are tragedies, but it's also our new reality. We are over the shock of the American betrayal, but we should never forget the lessons.
But you're going to take it forward.
We have to look out for ourselves. And above all, we have to take care of each other.
Yeah.
When I sit down with President Trump, it will be to discuss the future economic and security relationship between two sovereign nations. And it will be with our full knowledge that we have many, many other options than the United States to build prosperity for all Canadians. Nous allons renforcer nos relations avec des partenaires
We will
fiables
strengthen our relations with reliable partners in Europe, Asia, and elsewhere. And if the United States no longer wants to be in the forefront of the global economy, Canada will.
Nous sommes maîtres chez nous.
We are masters in our own home. We will build millions of housing units. We will become an energy superpower. We will provide good careers in skilled trades and one economy, not 13.
Because this is Canada, and we decide what happens here. We will need to think big and act bigger. Your phone's ring. Sorry, just okay. All right. Just hang on. It's okay? Yeah, okay. That might be important. We will need to do things previously thought impossible at speeds we haven't seen in generations. It's time to build twice as many homes every year with an entirely new housing industry using Canadian technology, Canadian skilled workers, Canadian
high-speed rail. Let's do it.
It's time
high-speed
to
rail
build
to
new
Montreal by
trade and energy
2070.
corridors, working in partnership with the provinces, territories, and Indigenous peoples. It's time to build hundreds of thousands of not just good jobs, but good careers in the skilled trades. It's time to build Canada into an energy superpower in both clean and conventional energy. And it's time to build an industrial strategy that makes Canada more competitive while fighting climate change. We will build one Canadian economy, not 13, with a government committed to free trade in Canada by Canada Day. The point is that we can give ourselves far more than the Americans can ever take away. But even given that, I want to be clear. The coming days and months will be challenging, and they will call for some sacrifices. But we will share those sacrifices by supporting our workers and our businesses. Les défis devant nous sont intimidatants.
The challenges ahead will be difficult, but that is clear. Major changes, such as the ones we're seeing, are always concerning. We have a long way to go, but I'm confident. I'm confident. I trust you, and I have confidence in all of Canada.
Because Canada is more than a nation. We are, and we always will be, a confederation. A sacred set of ideas and ideals built on practical foundations. That we know we're not always perfect, but we always strive to be good. We do things because they're right, not because they're easy. That we see kindness as a virtue, not as a weakness. Most importantly, we know that our strength lies in our resolve to work together as a country. It relies on our unity. You know, on the second day of this campaign, I went to Gander, where on 9/11, they welcomed thousands of passengers into their homes without question or hesitation. I sat down with two of the many heroes of the time, Diane Davis and Beulah Cooper. And during our conversation, they showed me a thank you card that they'd received from a young girl called Ellie, who wrote, "Your kindness motivates me to use my kindness." That touching phrase captures what Canadians instinctively know, that virtue is like a muscle that grows with its exercise. We become just by doing just acts, brave by doing brave acts. When we are kind, kindness grows. When we seek unity, unity grows. When we are Canadian, Canada grows. And united over our history, we have done hard, seemingly impossible things. United, we have built one nation in harsh conditions, despite a sometimes hostile neighbor. Yes, they have form on this, the Americans. United, we have confronted our own past with indigenous peoples. Unis, nous avons bâti un pays
United,
qui rassemble
we
les
built
langues,
a
des cultures
country
et
that
des
brings together
croyances
languages
différentes.
and cultures
Unis,
and
nous
beliefs
avons
that are
bâti
different.
des institutions
We
culturelles
built
essentielles, comme
critical
CBC,
cultural
Radio
institutions
Canada.
such as CBC, Radio Canada.
United, we have created universal public health care. And now, in the face of this crisis, united, we are buying Canadian. We are exploring everything this country has to offer. We are supporting our friends and neighbors in the crosshairs of President Trump through a crisis that we did not create. United, we will win this trade war and build
Matt, I gotta
the
be honest, I'm
strongest
kind of
economy
bored.
in the G7, an economy that works for everyone.
We have to continue. Like, I think we've done due deference to
Au cours des derniers mois,
like we're now. I mean, all politicians get into stump territory at the end of their.
I've been
concession
eating
speeches.
nachos. I'm feeling good.
Yeah. I feel like I'm done now.
All right. Well, you know what? Let's wrap it up. Closing
Let's
thoughts.
wrap it up. Closing
As
thoughts.
of right now,
get the best
Liberals plus NDP plus Greens would be a 1-seat majority. One Liberal, Green, or NDP gets the stomach flu. We find ourselves in a snap election.
Cool. Well,
This
been
is
fun
not
all.
as bad as it could have been. One or two seats fewer, and then no majority is possible at all. But the first Liberal, NDP, or Green to resign or seat to become absent for any reason puts us in a minority situation that cannot be bridged.
Or Liberal to resign, or Liberal to lose a by-election, or someone gets into a car accident, someone, like, you know what I mean? Like, anything can happen here. So, final thoughts. We're going to be hearing a lot of Elizabeth May, RJ, in our chat. Yeah. Matt jinxed it for us. He had to say the inside thought outside with his outside voice, and now we're doomed. Elizabeth May's going to have the year of her life.
Okay. But you wouldn't think so. But cold morning after nachos are a surprisingly good breakfast.
That's fair. But on
So
that note,
that's what I'm thinking of. In about 5 hours, I'm getting up and I'm interviewing Gregory Jack from Ipsos, our buddy.
mm-hmm.
We're going to talk about everything that happened. We're going to talk tactical. We're going to talk about where the votes moved, which direction they were going in. We're going to talk strategic. We're going to talk about what it all means. I'm taking a peek right now at CTV. No change. 343 out of 343 reporting. Liberals, NDP, and Greens combined are 172 seats, and 172 seats is required for a majority. The Bloc and the Conservatives combined are 170. I don't know if I can, in good conscience, declare this the stupidest possible timeline. But this is in the running.
No, I think that we're in the maximally chaotic timeline. I don't think this is stupid. This almost feels like the hand of God has come down to punish us personally, to ensure that all of us get what we deserve.
In my experience, when the hand of God reaches down to punish you, you mistake it for nothing else. But yeah, this is stupid. You know what? Congratulations, Mark Carney, Prime Minister of Canada.
Congratulations. Your success is the success of us all.
That is the correct attitude. I will never root against a Canadian Prime Minister because their success is the success of my family. So congratulations to Mark Carney, the Liberal Party of Canada, and all members of the team. Congratulations to the Conservative Party of Canada for substantially increasing their number of members in the House of Commons and achieving, I believe, their best ever results in terms of the popular vote. James, can we see Carlton? We're going to regret this in a moment, but let's take a peek. Oh, oh no. Poilievre's going to lose his seat.
Yeah. Yeah, he's going to lose his seat. That's probably done.
You know what? A friend of mine lived in Ottawa. She's passed on now. She was a big, big fan of Bruce Fanjoy. I'm going to wait for all the votes to be counted, but if Bruce Fanjoy ends up winning this thing, that adds an element of absolute bonkers, batshit absurdity to our politics, but my late friend would have been happy. And that's okay. She would have enjoyed that.
Take our we'll take our joy where we can find it.
Yeah. I am not oblivious to the fact that as we ride out this existential election, as we talk about the nitty-gritty political details, that I'm munching away on potato chips and nachos like there's no tomorrow. Jen's knocked back three beers. For Jen, that's nearly unprecedented. I just polished off beer number 5. I think I'm going to call it there.
I'm going to go listen to Mark Carney give a speech until I fall asleep.
I'm not. I'm going to go get into bed and hope I don't snore and get elbowed by my wife.
No, it's going to be basically my version of my insomnia ASMR videos. It's perfect.
So we're at the mercy of Donald Trump.
Yeah, pretty much. Which is, more or less what we expected. Do we need more abyss staring?
Yeah, maybe a quick one.
All right, let's do it. Let's stare into the abyss.
Give me just 1 second, actually.
No, James got the super going. We're good. We're staring the abyss time.
Okay. By the time we wake up tomorrow, just for fun, the Liberals might have ticked over a majority.
That's better. That's better. That would be better.
Any parting thoughts, or was your abyss stare enough?
No, the abyss stare was my sign-off.
www.readtheline.ca. You can subscribe there. You can follow along with our written work, which in general is better than our broadcasts, although we do pretty good broadcasts, I gotta say. Many, many thanks to James, behind the scenes, working his ass off, holding this whole thing together. Many, many thanks to all of you for being part of this tonight. This has been fun. It's been educational. It's been informative. As always, I wish we could have gotten to more of your questions, but we did as many as we reasonably could. We will put out some kind of dispatch tomorrow. On Wednesday, delayed by 1 day, will be your next episode of On the Line. Our guest will be Gregory Jack from Ipsos. My question for him will simply be, what the fuck? We will have much more to talk about after we take a nap and maybe a bit of a snooze. I'm Matt Gurney for Jen Gerson. This is The Line Live. Thank you for being here.